Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Trovo Titans. This time it is the edition in November already. Wow, are we that far along the year? Halloween has just passed, but it doesn't mean the festivities have already quit through this year. We still have some Trovo Titans up for you guys. And what I mean by that is we have a full 5v5 ARAM tournament. I think we have 16 teams who are participating, and let's see which of these 16 teams is able to advance. My name is still Caster X's. Next to me, let's see, left, right. Yeah, it's always the reverse on camera. So next to me is Counterfeit. You might see still Image there due to some difficulties there. He's apparently not with us just now. We're hoping he'll be able to join us soon. Now, before we jump into any kind of shenanigans, I want to actually show you what exactly will be happening. So as I told you, it is a 5v5 ARAM tournament. For the people who have joined us before on the show, you know, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of prize money that can be won. But most importantly, we're here for you guys, to entertain you guys here in the Trovo Titans. Whew, that was a long intro. That was pretty cool. Now let's take a look at exactly what's going on. Oh wow, this is. Oh hey, you're back, Pete. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. So yes, apologies for my tech issues there, but hopefully it should all be fine from here on out. So Exodus, how far have we gotten with all of the intro?
Well, I was just done. I was literally just done with
wonderful.
the intro. Yeah, isn't it?
Okay. So let's go and take a look at what our format is going to be for today. So it's a little bit different than your standard League of Legends. We're going to be heading to the Howling Abyss, which is normally used for the ARAM mode, but we're doing things a little bit differently.
Yes, we are going into, obviously, as you said, Howling Abyss, and we're going to the ARAM map, as people know it before, but it's just pretty much the same as a regular game. You need to destroy the enemy's nexus to actually win the game. Now, for the people at home, I don't know how much you can hear it, but this is just how show business is. All of a sudden, a massive rainstorm just started outside.
Oh, no.
It is extraordinarily loud. I hope it's not too audible through my microphone. I'm trying to fix that one if it's too audible, but let's move on further. Yeah, it is a 5v5 ARAM tournament, as we've seen a couple of times here at Trovo Titans, which means it is something you almost never see in the other tournaments. So there are a lot of different metas, a lot of different picks, a lot of different strategies that we can use.
Yeah, and of course, with it being tournament draft, you know, the big difference, of course, is that the players will get to choose what they will be bringing onto the Howling Abyss, but they will have to deal with the opposition's bans as well. And unlike, you know, Blind Pig, you can't have the same champions on each side, so we'll be looking out for particular high-priority Howling Abyss champions.
Yeah, some of these champions, I think, if we're being honest, some of these champions might be the same as we saw last time. I know the Azir and certain long-range AD carries were very prevalent. Something we discussed beforehand was the Ornn, because Ornn literally, I think you phrased it perfectly before the show, Counterfeit. Ornn lets you literally break the rules of ARAM, where you just go, you know what, I actually can shop now.
Yeah, I mean, that is just completely outrageous compared to any other champion coming onto the Howling Abyss. So let's go and get onto our next piece of information, as of course, let's see, we've got our prizes, of course, 2,500 euros on the line here today, with of course first place taking the lion's share.
Taking a line share of 900 euros, going down to second 400, third and fourth getting 200, and fifth and eighth 109. To 16th place we'll have to make do with 50 euros. I mean, it's nice for participating, but obviously the winners get more. And you also see TP. Those are Titan points. It's more about that one on the website of Trovo Titans. But that's also something that can actually get you some money on the Trovo platform. Now let's take a look at the actual bracket. Who do we have to participate in our 5v5 tournament?
So we might see a few familiar faces from here before, because in particular, we have got our returning champions down in the bottom right of your screen, not asleep. They made it all the way through the last tournament, not even taking a single loss along the way.
No, they were the team that were undefeated and remain undefeated, winning that 900 euros of the lion's share of the prize pool. Now let's take a look at the upper bracket. Johnny Batele, I know was a big contender last time as well, alongside with Intimidated Bots. And we have GGG. I think that's how you would. Wow, that I don't know if that's done intentional, but well done anyway. DGG ARAM 10 totally asleep. I think maybe this is an upgrade from not asleep. Let's see then. Season 11 Peakers versus Team Saintsu. And as you can see, they have gotten a free buy-in because of a no-show alongside of Team Saintsu. Then we have the B team up against Por Favor. I hope that's my best Spanish I could bring there. On the other side of the bracket, Team 300 Keg Edition versus wow, Kaljevi Arama. I am really sorry, guys. I know some of these names I think Czech, or I'm so bad with flags, but I'll try and do my best. If I pronounce them incorrectly, I do apologize for it. But then a name we've heard before, the Choose Drinkers, were also prevalent in the last tournament, up against a new team, the Showbots Gang, and then we finish it out with BP Gang and B.
Yeah, so it's kind of a nice mix of new and old faces. Certainly, we were expecting some of our big hitters from last time round to do well again. Bear in mind that the big hitters coming in again came in through our qualifying tournaments which have been taking place recently. So there's only 4 of those teams coming for qualifiers. The other 12 being made up of Trovo streamers and their friends.
Yes, and that's important because we'll see that we'll sometimes be jumping into different games where you might see one of the streamers, meaning we'll be looking at different perspectives of some of these streamers, and it gives us a more of a, how should I phrase it, a mechanical standpoint of view.
Yes, I mean, we'll be keeping a careful, close eye on what has changed, because it's been a while since the last LoL ARAM tournament, so perhaps our players will have had a chance to scout each other and see what worked for them particularly well. I guess, for any of our players who are coming in who maybe, mention in particular the Ornn and being able to break the rules by being able to build items away from the base, and the Azir as well. So Ornn, I guess a little bit more self-explanatory as to why that would be a strong pick. But what about the other side? Why is the Azir so good?
Well, stuff like Azir is really good because of the turret, obviously. I mean, you don't really have a lot of turrets on the Howling Abyss map, and once they're gone, like in Summoner's Rift, they're gone. But it's more impactful when one of your turrets is gone, meaning you're actually playing with the map more. This kind of reminds me of when I think it was a Trovo Titan Bash, when Trovo had their birthday. It was very much then it was a 3v3 tournament. That's time when you really saw why playing with these turrets was so important, because it's not always about I need to win every fight because you want to spend gold. And what's really important is you need to find a sort of ebb and flow every time where, okay, we've gotten a sizable chunk of gold in our pocket, but we need to exchange it for actual stats, meaning items, and then you want to die. But if you just, as 5 men, run into the turret, lose a fight on purpose because you want to shop, then all of a sudden you're maybe losing 1 or 2 turrets, and then if 10 minutes down the line you lose a fight, you literally have nothing backing you up. So you always need to be careful that when you go for these executes, you have something backing you up, and an Azir can actually do that. It was a long explanation, but it's important why that turret he can put down gives you a little bit more leeway. It gives you more of a stalling mechanic when your team goes for executes.
And one in particular, which I've loved seeing before, and we saw in the Grand Finals do extremely well, was the Jinx, but we'll come back to that in a minute because we've got a few more events coming up to tell you about.
Absolutely. Our next event on the Trovo Titans, after, of course, the League of Legends tournament, which you should all be watching for because it's the best anyway, I'm joking, obviously, is the Brawl Star 3v3 tournament, which is going from November the 6th to November the 18th. That is 7 days of fun with Brawl Star, and also quite sizable prize pool.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing what's coming up down the line. I do apologise, I'll just need to step away for a second. I very much apologise. A little family emergency crop up, so I'll be back in just a moment.
No problem. From the sounds I hear, I think it's to do with some younger children, so let's not dwell on that too much. Yeah, as I said before to our audience at home, ARAM, the Howling Abyss map, is very different. It's just a completely different mechanic. Last time, we were a little bit on the fence about, okay, how exactly will this tournament actually work? How exactly is this going to develop? Is there going to be just a meta involved? But it turned out there was actually a very strong meta in the game, and there was actually something where people knew, okay, cool, so there is more than just mechanical outplays here. There's actually very tactical outplay as well. Something I didn't really talk about was the karma pick. The karma pick is really important because it just does everything on the map. When you're in Howling Abyss, Karma is a champion where you can just go, I have shields, I have poke, I have engage, I have CC, I have kind of everything I need. And those jack of all trades champions is kind of what you want in the Howling Abyss because you're continuously going in team fights. But no to quotation marks, you are continuously going in team fights, as in you're continuously putting on the aggression, you're continuously wanting to do something. We also saw that certain poke compositions can work, so that's why I said you're not always going into team fights, but you want to put as much pressure on the enemy as possible. For example, when you have these poke compositions, that means that you'll be able to want to just poke the enemy down without actually fighting. And we also have something else returning. It is Who's That Champion? And production said to me that they made Who's That Champion a lot more difficult, that even us casters shouldn't be able to guess that. I shouldn't be able to guess all the champions now. So let's take a look. Who is that champion?
All right, we'll pop across that into a second. There we go. With a fantastic transition. So this is our first one. This looks bizarre.
Okay, I see what they mean. This is actually a lot more difficult.
Is that one champion or two champions together?
I think it's one champion. I actually don't. Okay, production, you got me. I don't know what this is. You actually got
it's kind of furry, but it's also got some distinct shapes to it.
I think it's is it a yordle? Sort of.
It could be. Is it something holding a weapon? Because it looks like it's two different things.
I don't know. It's Ezreal.
Take 5.
Oh, that's cheating. That is cheating. No way. No way. Okay, well done. Well done.
I would never. I don't think I would have guessed that in a million years. Because
No.
I was starting to go down the animal route. But hopefully we'll have plenty more of those. Do let us know in the chat which ones you're guessing. You're almost certainly going to do better than us.
Yeah, I mean, that was a horrible attempt from both of us. If you got that, like, well done. Completely well. And we have a couple more of these lined up, so do feel free to guess as much as you want. But before you do that, I hear that we might be going into our first match of today, Counterfeit. Let's take a look at who exactly we'll be jumping into. It is GGG. Oh, man. ARAM versus Totally Asleep compared to Not Asleep. Once again, Not Asleep were the winners of last time. And let's take a look at the pick and ban. Okay, so the Jinx, something we talked about already. The Morgana as well. Also a little bit of a jack of all trades champion, alongside with a second long-range AD carry. Okay, and then against Totally Asleep. Totally Asleep going more for a very all-in, I want to say almost dive composition. You have the Nami to keep you a little bit more healthy, but especially with the Riven and the Leona and the Yasuo, those are three champions that kind of telegraph that they want to be aggressive and they want to go in. Also, don't forget, because you have champions with a lot of TC, some of these fighters can have quite a lot of TC. Think of Riven, think of Yasuo, meaning that it's more difficult to dive you. And that is also important because when you're up against a Set is a champion that just loves to dive early on, even on the Howling Abyss map. And something we haven't talked about were the bans. Now, nothing too majorly special, except maybe the Vex. Vex, the newest champion released on the Rift, or on the Abyss, I should say right now, is a champion that is very interesting. I don't actually know how well she will perform on Howling Abyss because it's just a very much new champion, and I haven't seen her all too much. It's also not something you can research that much. So we know that Totally Asleep does not want to take the risk, and they're just getting the Vex out of there. Stuff like the Orianna and the Seraphine. Seraphine was very much a hot pick last time in the Howling Abyss tournament. I think Seraphine was, I want to say, a 70% pick and ban ratio, because she just, once again, a jack of all trades, gives you healing, gives you poke, gives you engage, gives you disengage, yada, yada, yada. It's a champion that just does everything. And while we are waiting to jump into the first game of today, also let us know in chat what your favorite champion is. I do, if we have the time when we're casting the games, I do want to keep a little bit of an eye on what's going on in chat, see how people actually respond to some stuff. So please feel free to give us as much feedback if you want to. And don't, I mean, be nice, but you don't have to hold back. We're casters. We know that we just, part of our job is to know that people don't always like us, but we tell them that we know everything else. So I think that's a fair exchange we're making there. Now, once again, quick look at GGG ARAM. What exactly is our team composition? A lot of long-range poke with some form of engage. Actually, the only form of engage they have is a set, which makes me wonder, because you could have just gone with a full-on engage comp, and then maybe with something that just, a full-on poke composition with a backline, which is the Sivir and the Jinx, and with a champion that purely wants to engage. I want to say yes, Seth can do that, but I don't know how well he fills into that role. Maybe GGG ARAM just thinks that this is a sort of comfort pick that they specifically need to stick with. On the other side, kind of talked about it already, very much a dive composition, very much a team composition that brings a lot of CC and brings a lot of, I want to say, bruisery fights. And what I mean by that is, think of the Riven, think of the Yasuo. You want to be mobile enough, but you also want to sow discourse among the enemy when you're going into the team fight. And that wind wall from the Yasuo in these fights will be extraordinarily impactful. And that actually might be one of the reasons why GG ARAM went with the Vel'Koz, because Vel'Koz's ultimate is one thing that is not cancelled by the wind wall. For you guys who still remember the physics lessons, lasers, meaning photons, they do not, they react a little bit differently on the cosmic scale, on the physics scale. So I don't know how exactly the wind wall works on the physics scale. I have no idea what the mechanics behind it is in the lore, but it doesn't work on lasers. I think that's a fair assessment, fair statement to make. Actually, it also doesn't work on Lux Ultimate. So yeah, it's fair to say it definitely does not work on lasers. Well, some people might be wondering, why is Exodus talking all the time? We once again lost Counterfeit. I think we have some connection issues there. We'll try to resolve them as fast as possible. Now, a little birdie told me that in Champions, that we are slowly but surely moving into a loading screen. Surely moving into our first game of today. So if you don't like my voice, if you don't like hearing me rant about stuff, well, too bad. I'm here. I'm here to stay. I like it here. Just gotta deal with it. Something I was surprised about when I looked at Totally Asleep was the Ahri. I get that it fits into their composition. It's something that is also mobile. It's something that kind of sows discord, but Ahri has not been a particularly popular champ over the last couple of seasons, I almost should say. It's a champion that definitely is struggling in the meta and doesn't really have a terrible good mythic item. I think Everfrost is her most popular item because it gives you a form of, it gives you root, it gives you CC, which is kind of what Ahri wants. It can then shield and charm, but the role Ahri used to play was just jump in there and actually try and assassinate somebody in the backline. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it has actually happened. We have actually jumped into our first. Of course, we're going to pause. I was just about to say we have jumped into our first game here in the Trovo Titans today, but it does mean that we have to go to pause. And oh, it's interesting. So we do see. I don't know who exactly we are following, but as you can see, already buying the Howling Abyss specific items. These items are actually extraordinarily gold efficient. If you're going for these fights, and because games don't tend to last 20 to 30 minutes on Howling Abyss, these are actually really, really good and really cost efficient, and I recommend them to everybody. Certain champions do really well on them. Already forcing some flashes out there. Oh, the power of the set is already prevalent when our first blood is being popped here. It's on the Riven, and it's a level 3 set, having the true grid completely stacked up, and then using the hate maker to just completely wipe her off the face of the planet. Oh, obviously, we're watching Sunny Dance. It is on your screen, I should rather say, on the left-hand side. Now, let's take a look exactly how these two teams will go up against each other. Once again, I'm expecting a lot of poke from GGG ARAM, because just the way the team composition is. But if you're poking a lot, you also want to shove in the turret continuously, meaning you don't really find a defensive spot. You don't really have safety when you're poking somebody in.
Go! Okay,
so Sunny Dance clearly wanting to shove in this wave as fast as possible. Needs to be careful that they don't get knocked up by potentially the Yasuo ult. Something interesting here as well is relic control. What I mean by that is, as you can see, if you ever played Howling Abyss, we finish that later on, because Riven is definitely engaging, going for it, but gets a turret shot. Now, right now, the range from GG ARAM is clearly noticeable. Look, if the engage fails from totally asleep, they will be left asleep at the wheel, because GG ARAM, they can just outrange him, and they can just dish out damage without having to take a favorable or non-favorable, or even having to take a trade at all alongside their team composition, because you just have that range. They just don't need, and you can sacrifice somebody. The Vel'Koz was cut out, but that's fine, because totally asleep, they need to take the risk every single time. Totally asleep, every time they want to get a team fight, every time they want to go for a fight or an engage, they need to take a risk. And GG ARAM does not have to take this risk. They can miss skill shots. I mean, they should miss all of them. They can miss a couple. They can just zone totally asleep as much as they want to. So it's definitely GG ARAM's game to stall out, and totally asleep's game to mechanically outplay. This is exactly what I was talking about. So Riven goes in, sees it's not really worth for me to engage here, doesn't get a favorable trade, needs to get out. She has used her summoner spell, she has not found anything favorable, and she just needs to back off. Repeat this a couple of times, and at a certain point, GG ARAM will just go, you know what? We are completely fine with this. We still have a lot of resources up, as in form of health, and maybe even mana.
Poke. Yasuo Tornado.
Level 6 being hit by most of these people now. Seth is used to Haymaker. Morgana going in with the bindings, only finds the Leona, but does find the Leona. Luckily, she's tanky enough to survive it so far. But ultimates have, well, I should say ultimate has been used. Right now, it is GG ARAM's job to push in this wave as deep as possible. Actually, oh, good engager from the Leona Swordfarer coming out. There's the Haymaker, the Showstopper as well. And Jinx is going solo, gets taken down by the Ahri Sivir. Does not have the damage ready. He finishes off, and here comes a Mega Death Ray. Gets one, gets two, but the Riven is stuck there. She's taken solo, but she goes in anyway to try and turn it into a favorable situation. That does not happen. And with the Vel'Koz still present, he can just catch these waves. And GG ARAM hasn't really lost all that much, because they know just it's completely fine for them. Jinx is already back. Sunny the Ace uses his rocket to maybe even try and get some sushi in the end.
Riven hat ihre Ult gegen mich benutzt, ist gut.
Ja, cool dann.
Okay, das war bad.
Okay, now you can also see from GG ARAM's perspective, you can kind of see the advantage of running a set composition.
Cool.
in with a Morgana, because Set is, you can make Set spell immune, and he could just go in like he does here, completely stack through grids, does a beautiful haymaker, dishes out a lot of damage, and not something they can do about it. If you're also, if Set goes in, do you want to burn all of your potential CCM burst on the engage tool instead of the damage dealers from GG ARAM? Mostly not, actually. You just want to make sure that you have all of your gas in the tank is used to blow up the backline from GG ARAM. And that backline consists of three people. I think, yes, you can kind of count Morgana as backline as well, but she is kind of in the Schrodinger's position where she also needs to be in the front line. Riven going in, beautiful knock up there. Yes, we're trying to get the kills. No haymaker available. There's the Super Mecha Death Ray, but that doesn't mean you can get a kill. There's a Morgana going golden, still engages from Totally Asleep. They are getting one kill, and the Hellbars from GG ARAM are quite low, taking the Health Relic with them. Beautiful charm, but you do not get the kill just yet. But you're solo. Can you actually survive? Shouldn't you go for the execute? No, because the heal is being used. Only 3 members remain right now from GG ARAM. They are actually pushed up to their turret. Wasn't really something I was expecting, but with some of their members down, I think near the Valkos here. Yeah, you can keep on poking, and maybe you'll regen it, but you're sort of a liability for your team at the moment. And maybe you want to go cash in that gold we talked about before. Maybe you actually just want to say, hey, look, cashing it in, fine. I actually go for that reset.
In 6 Sekunden Ulti.
Actually, I'm looking at Totally Asleep team composition here, especially with the Riven. You kind of want to go for a sort of build as Riven where I am very bruiser-esque. I am very defensive in my build because you're going to catch a lot of poke. So either you have lifesteal and continuously lifesteal of the minions, which is kind of already what we're seeing here as well, but then you deny it from the SO, or you're just a pseudo tank where your job is to be annoying with TC, amount of CC you can bring, and especially the amount of backline X's a Riven can actually get. Good engagement from the set. Beautiful showstopper here along with the haymaker. Super Mega Death Ray did connect a lot of people. Xenoblade also connecting, but no follow-up available from Totally Asleep. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Once again, with the range advantage, that's a little bit better for GG ARAM. Riven going in. Beautiful flash stun. Trying to get the knockups. That's succeeding right now as well. 3-man stun! But is it enough when the rest is so low? The Yasuo has a wave to play with. Yes, Kraken's play being picked up here alongside of Sunny Days.
Wunderbar, sehr schön, Alter.
So interesting. When the Riven goes in, connects once again, gets the lifesteal from the Gore Drinker and the healing from the Nami. Let's take a look at another perspective this time. It is actually from the Nami, and it does seem that they have more and more control. Peter, are you back?
Oh my god, Leo! No, Leo! I pray for your soul, may you go to heaven! Don't take me with you, though. Can we use heals,
worries here.
Yasuo, anyone? Just, come on, GG player. Thank you. Because I have nothing, I'm a poor support.
Actually, I forgot heal pots, but never mind.
Oh, once again, good engage coming out here from Totally Asleep. There is a tidal wave. Haymaker being used, but nobody connecting. Connecting with that just yet. That's a snowball engage. Riven going in once again, diving on the turret. Level 10, no impactful ultimates, unless this Yasuo ultimate actually connects. There's another beautiful showstopper, but it does not pick up any kills. The turret will, but it's definitely Totally Asleep who is dominating right now, and who have actually turned the tide against a poke composition with just full-on balls to the wall engages. The snowballs, the Rivens, the knockups, the
Yasuo, go suicide, go!
Hey, Excellence, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now beautifully.
Okay, that's wonderful. Gosh, All right, can you catch me up so far? I do apologize for all of the
Can we-
bits and pieces going wrong on my end.
This is
Hopefully it's
ARAM,
all
come on,
sorted out
guys.
for now.
Can we use a heal? Look how nice
No
it has
problem.
our
So
name
what
on
just
it.
happened?
It's just,
I mean, you just as soon as the game actually developed, you just joined. We kind of saw Totally Sleep there.
wait, can we
They're
have
up
30
against this sort of
seconds for me to-
co-composition with very late game picks, but they've been engaged on a couple of times by Totally
I
Sleep.
can't wait
And
to
GG
be
ARAM
king.
is not able to deal with it so far. They don't really have a front line. They had the set which worked for them well in the beginning, but it's just being bursted down now. And with the solar flare, 2 turrets have been taken out already,
Can we
and
contest the
Totally
heal?
Sleep
Can we
is just
take
kind
them?
of dominating.
I mean, that's the big problem we've run across with some of our ARAM teams is, like a regular ARAM,
use a heal.
nobody
Wait, guys,
wants
we
to
have a
be the
heal.
tank, and if you don't have that, I think it really does affect you. As much as, you know, traditional ARAM rhythm is you can get away with just having a whole bunch of carries. I think in this case, as we'll see throughout the tournament, the adaptation to a more front-to-back style is going to be important.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, adaptation is really important. Beautiful two-man knock-up. There's the ultimate from the Esper as well. But the showstopper does so much, and the set survives all of that damage. GG ARAM actually finds a counter-engage and now finds himself with a good number advantage. There is the Ari going in with the flash, gets a double kill, and gone is the
Nice.
number advantage from GG ARAM.
Ooh, that's lovely.
Yeah, it looks like they're putting it down some serious amount of hurt, but we're still on 17 kills apiece. Of course, we can see on our POV player here, Mummy,
I don't think we should
has got 100% kill participation as far as you'd expect from the ARAM. A good push on though. At least that first tower being down means Totally Asleep are making some progress.
They are. GG ARAM is actually not making any progress, which is surprising because the idea was there in the first levels. They just pushed in the wave as much as they could. They were trying to dish out some damage on the turret, trying to put the pressure onto Totally Asleep, but that just failed. Totally Asleep just continuously re-engaged and actually worked well around that particular tactic.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're going to see as well, especially with these being best of fives. By the time any best of five is done, these teams are going to know each other's strategies pretty well, so they're going to have a deep bag of tricks here. I mean, you know, for GJG Ram, oh, hello!
And once again, another engage with the snowball from Rivenir. As I said before, she is quite tanky, especially with the Gore Drinker. That's a good item. Tidal Wave being used there as a counter engage, but now I think the real engage might come out. Riven's still looking for it. There's the laser. Can he find a kill? Yes, it does. And there's the 1-for-1 trade. Riven being taken down, but Set as well. 2 frontliners gone. Ari gone. Leona gone. And GGG ARAM is no longer on the ropes. They can counter engage. Beautiful flash there. The Vel'Koz really wants to get this CC down and pick up these stragglers.
One fast fish.
We do get to see a little bit of what GJG Ram does well and doesn't do so well. So with Totally Asleep, you can see they can just disengage from GJG, but now with the tower being aggressed onto, they won't be able to fall back without losing the objective. Clearing out the minions is enough for now, but the pressure is on.
And as we can also see, this is kind of surprising. 5k gold for M. Night Shade, the person we're actually spectating, meaning that as a support, you just need 1 item. That's all you need. That's all you need. You're just stacked already.
Yeah, that Moonstone, we know doing a lot of work there, but there's a good catch and deletion from GJG Ram. Certainly, we're expecting them to be running into more trouble than they are right now, but there is another kill coming through onto the Jinx of all players, as we see a nice double face breaker setting up. Mummy is close to dead and now out of there. Another big win for GJG.
Saying nasty stuff.
Yeah, now they're actually turning these fights, as I talked to you before, in the small little recap we did, you can see that GG ARAM actually opting for more late game composition, especially the Sivir, especially the Jinx, and now the opposite is happening, where because they are catching up with items and because they're dying so many times, they're actually continuously cashing in that gold. The power level is kind of equalizing. I don't know why you would engage there. as the Leona or as the Riven, maybe trying to get for one more kill, but you just get taken down. And this is this ebb and flow, pun intended, because we're spectating a Nami that we were talking about. It is very much now on the other side. There's a beautiful engage. The bubble means no haymakers being used. There's a tidal wave. Does it get a knock up? Absolutely not. And GTT, I'm still very much in the lead, but maybe a little bit more on the ropes now with the Yasuo engaging. Gets one kill, trying to go in once again. Cash actually gets a double kill or 2 kills for totally asleep at least. That laser puts you in a stationary position, and who takes advantage of that? The very mobile Yasuo gets one. Now he gets the double kill, and it's even a triple kill. He wants to keep engaging, and this is the ebb and flow once again.
Yeah, Giga player living up to the hype there. Yeah, that's incredible, impressive stuff, and a great reason to be able to set up a comp like this to enable your Yasuo to go as big as possible. So that's a second tower down, and looks like it's going to be the inhibitor as well. ARAM are still in the fight, but they are on their last legs.
And they're now in a position where you cannot afford to lose any more turrets. Riven maybe being caught out, but totally asleep. Also needs to be careful because the dead timers are so long right now. A single fight might be able to lose you the game. Good wind wall because our Nami, our M. Night Shade, was not able to just escape there.
So for Totally Asleep, you know, they've got the advantage here, of course, of money they can lean on to keep them sustained. Those bubbles have been on point so far. And you can see again, when Totally Asleep don't want to fight, Giga haven't got an enormous amount of ways of making them do it.
Hopefully more people are gonna join in.
No, and they really cannot find any form of engages. Their idea was to just have this poke composition, and it works. But you know, one snowball might be enough to completely deny that tactic.
Yeah, that's true, and that's why we have the snowball here on the Howling Abyss, because getting up close and personal with the opposing team can prove tricky at times. We've definitely been looking for the on the hunt to come out from Giga from Toby there with that Sivir to enable the rest of the squad to close the distance and start getting that jinx, hitting the multi-kills, and turning the team fights back around.
The problem with the Sivers on the hunt is, do you really want to run into Totally Asleep? I think you want to run away from them, unless you're going for a catch-up maneuver, and that means that you're already winning a fight. So it's kind of a catch-22, where yeah, you have an ultimate that is good for engaging, but if you're the one engaging, then you're not winning anyway.
Well, it looks to be that Totally Asleep are the ones going to be going for the fight here. Marley right up at the front, getting brought back, but a showstopper. The rest of Totally Asleep trying to charge through just off screen because Mummy is staying well back from the fight. Double kill for the Yasuo. Totally Asleep might have done enough to take the game.
Yeah, and with this, I think that's even an ace, almost an ace. They got 4 members down. This is definitely the game. Only the Morgana remaining. You don't even need minions, is what Totally Sleep is saying. When the Nexus turrets are gone, and this will be the Nexus falling as well. And the first game today will go to Totally Asleep.
Goddamn.
Very impressive stuff. You can see they're pretty pleased with themselves as well. And honestly, as much as Nightshade and the rest are Totally Asleep maybe ran into a little bit of trouble at times, I think it felt fairly inevitable as they continuously crunch further and further down on that game.
I'm actually very happy we see this. Look at how much damage the Riven did. I was not expecting that. If you look at both of these team compositions, I would not expect Riven to do that much damage, meaning either it's very well executed, which props to them, or it's just a very good pick, a very good way of countering that poke compositions.
Alright, so looks like team at Saint Su has already been knocked out by the Season 11 at Pikas, but we got plenty more games to go across here today, of course. You mentioned before, the returning names, of course, Not Asleep, currently on the bottom of the screen against Mamas in Paris, are winners from last time round, and Odachai, who I'm making my best attempt at how to pronounce their name. We'll be catching up with them a little later on, but it's time to switch games. Team 300 Keck Edition will be on the blue side, and it looks like they started off with a solid couple of kills.
They did, and they're up against the team whose name I am so bad, and I think I'm not the only one at pronouncing. Sorry, I'm not from that particular region. I will try. I will try to not offend as many people as I can, but it's bound to happen. What's also bound to happen is this amount of CC is engaged with level 6 being hit. There's a beautiful engage from the Ornn, and Brittle Stacks are doing the work, definitely. But now the Ornn is stuck behind enemy lines, and there's the Ashe with the slows. Gets the kill, being resurrected by the Zillium. And if you don't have your ultimate to save yourself, you will be taken down. And the set does it with the 1-2 punch alongside of the last auto attack from the Ashe, meaning it is definitely Team 300 Cake Edition who picks up a lot more kills.
Yeah, I think we're going to go for Team ARAM. That seems like the one which we have the best chance of making a solid guess at. But yes, apologies again for our ignorance on the nuances of some of these languages. As at least for Team 300, they're making some pretty good ground. 8 kills now to 1, and a very early tower as well. While their health bars are looking a little low right now, ARAM are going to have to make up a lot of ground if they're going to get back to an equal position.
And with the first turret being down so early on, this is Team 300 that can actually just say, hey, we can be extraordinarily aggressive here. We can try and maybe even zone people in an ARAM or in a Howling Abyss map, which is something that is kind of uncommon, as in almost unheard of.
Yeah, I mean, that's what maybe one of the difference makers for these teams here is, you know, if they've got access to these strategies that other teams aren't using, it can take a while for those kind of strats to permeate through the competition. And, you know, oftentimes when the teams are all playing the games against each other, they may even get to the end of the tournament and not be fully aware of every strategy that every team is using, as Clown Fiesta, a beautiful binding, locks down the kill solo.
That's such a painful death, because not only does it once again reduces your number advantage, and not only does once again you just have a team member die. When you get a binding onto you and then you have a dark pool beneath you, you just know there's nothing you can do to stop it. You're slowly going into that sinkhole in the desert, dehydrating, and no help is coming. Sorry for being so macabre about it, but that's just the case. That's just how it is.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a reason why Morgana is feared on the regular Summoner's Rift at level 1. Just having that binding straight away is so incredibly deadly. I mean, you know, looking on the ARAM side of things, you can see that I believe they've got a cleanse in there for the Twitch to avoid getting caught, but we've got a binding, we've got a Crystal Arrow. The Forge Guard will be some good counter-engage, but it's a lot slower than what Team 300 are bringing out. There's the chains, but the lockdown is no good.
No, the Twitch once again popped the spray and pray. Beautiful form and engage from the Diana. Does a lot of damage. Followed up with so much AoE damage from both the Karma and the Zillion. Meaning it is enough for ARAM to just completely deny Team 300's engage. Wow, I was not expecting that.
That was incredible. I mean, yeah, we're seeing from both these teams, I think, here, that even when it comes down to these do-or-die battles, neither team losing their nerve. They're throwing everything they have at the opposing squad up until the very moment they gray screen.
Gray screen they did. I'm wondering what ARAM is actually going to do with that lead. It was still early on, so as you can see, Team 300 not really losing much health on their tier 1 turret. Now, the Zillion is a pick we haven't really talked about before, but Zillion is also a very strong pick in the Howling Abyss map. One of the reasons for that is, I mean, obviously ultimate, you also have the poke, but the movement speed on Howling Abyss, all of your engages are telegraphed. All of them. So might as well pick an engage that doesn't matter that it's telegraphed. So might as well, with Zillion, you have another layer on top of that. You have an engage that is telegraphed, but you also have something that can help that. And because of extra movement speed, it doesn't really matter that it's telegraphed that much. If you have a set running towards you with 5,000 miles an hour, you're just, yeah, well, I'm gone. I'm donezo.
Well, then also you've got that great flexibility of not just using it as a speed up on your own players, but also being able to use it as a slow in the opposition, particularly later on. Once you level up that speed up or slow down, you can basically stun someone for an extended period, as well as dropping double bombs on their head.
Yeah, and the double bombs are not only all the damage, but also the stuns. And as we saw last time, combined with the Diana, who finds a good engage, which she can, because you have an Ornn in your team as well, it's just amazing. You can just go for that wombo combo team fight. Over talking about wombo combo, there's at least the wombo, what the call of the forge got being used. There's a showstopper, beautiful 3-man pull. The Ana engaging once again, but he's being knocked back by the Vayne. The Rat-a-tat-tat is not enough to finish out this fight, especially when the set is definitely very much still alive. And Arama have used a lot of their abilities, but have not really found anything.
No, at least for Rama, the health bars are relatively low for Team 300, and they haven't really got any way of bringing them back in. But we can see there, for Flaming and for Humble, also pretty low. This tower dive goes sideways, though, for the set. The Vayne, though, is here to get as many kills as possible. Always ban Kane, getting the 3-hit passive in. Drops down, but feeds the kill across the rest of the squad as the Ashe picks up the kill on the other side of the fight.
Yeah, Zack Snyder would be proud of Team 300 here, the way they're defending this and just not letting Arama go through. I mean, it had to be made, right? The joke, but it is definitely not a game in slow motion, unlike the movie, because things are going so fast here that Arama never has a chance to respond. Never has a chance to take the wheel. They always have to respond to Team 300.
All right, so we got the reset time. To quickly go over some of the picks that some of these teams didn't want to play against. In particular, I'm noticing there's some big AoE players getting banned out from both these squads. Brand, Fiddlesticks, Katarina in particular, and Xerath as well. So we've certainly got an idea that our players don't want to play poke battles with each other.
No, definitely not. It is very much a front-to-back team composition, or at least an engaged composition. Now, I think this happened 2 or 3 times right now. As soon as the real engaged come true, meaning so first you have the first segments of it, which is the Ashe, as we can see right now with
there
the
we go.
arrow. Then the set comes in, but then you have the Diana and the Call of the Forge goddess counter engage. Using Morgana once again, using the ultimate to immediately get the Diana out of the fight. And this is what I was trying to talk about. You're denying the Diana. She wants to go in, only finds the Ashe, but actually picks up the Ashe on this is definitely not what I was expecting here as well. And it seems that Team 300 has kind of found their match once again. But this Vayne is going so ham, gets double kill, trying to get the Zillion down as well. There's the knockback! And the Ornn will not be taken down. The true damage does it as well. And that is beautiful outplays from Team 300, getting an ace as well.
That was absolutely beautiful. Always ban Kane, just completely fearless in the face of what looked to be a lost team fight. I was absolutely on the same page as you, Exodus. It seemed like Team 300 would have to cool their jets for a while, but instead, they've got the inhibitor. They've got enough health that I think they might even stick around a little bit longer.
Oh, once again, very long-range crystalline arrow, followed up with even more CC, immediately Zillion ultimate being used, Chrono Shift. Saves you a team member once again, but look at this. The Lulu alongside with the Vayne is just too much to... sorry, the Karma alongside with the Vayne. It's just too much to handle with.
Yeah, I mean, you do have that escape valve, but you can see that Arama's health bars are starting to dip. The 3 members on the right are almost dead, so this isn't really a 5v5. At least the Nexus Towers provides a small amount of safety. But again, just like Team 300, neither of these teams have really got a good way to recover lost ground.
No, nobody really being able to find it. Once again, a crystalline arrow connecting with nobody. It's a good field goal.
What I'd love to see Arama go for here, because as we said, they can't heal, is they've got to sacrifice a member. Choose that member wisely, and maybe they'll have it sacrificed for them. As there's the pickoff, but there aren't any minions, and Arama have shown that their ability to wave clear is perfectly fine to stop the game from ending.
Yeah, and they can actually go in now because they have that number advantage. These turrets are going quite low, and it's just continuously that threat with them. There's this showstopper being used as well, and look at how far they're being pushed back. They're getting up the kills, and this game surely will have ended for Team Arama.
Wow, Team 300, I think in a large part thanks to always ban Kane, going onto the fountain now to get their final reward. But that was truly astonishing. And that's a little bit of what we saw in the last ARAM tournament. It's these big AD carries can be absolutely massive difference makers.
Massive difference makers in... Sorry, that was not what he always said. Massive differences are being made, especially Team 300 just got their first win in this tournament. Well done from them. And ARAM, they clearly need to change up their strategy because it is not working for them.
Well, we noted before, with the bans that were being thrown out by the teams previous, and hopefully we'll get a chance to check back in with them again, there was a lot of long-range firepower that was being taken away. But one thing that was missing from the bans that both teams were putting out is that sustain wasn't being banned. So that was the problem for both teams in the previous game. I'd love to see, honestly, either of them go up to the Sona, go up to the Soraka. The difference between having a team with healing and with not is just eye-watering.
Stuff like the Seraphine even is such a strong pick in this tournament, and you need to realize that every time these champions are prevalent, you can just keep on going. Look at the Nami we saw last time. You just need a Moonstorm Renewer. You have 5k gold in the bank. It doesn't matter. You're a support. You're there for utility. You're not there for the stats. And you can just keep your team healthy. You are denying the enemy team any breathing room when you have a sustained champion, when you actually have an enchanter support in your team. So don't underestimate these picks.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, of course, the really, really big takeaway from the previous game, of course, is that pick, the ability to grab an opposing team member, layer them in crowd control until they explode. It's a pretty solid strategy, and another reason why Morgana rises up in priority for being one of the very few picks that can directly help you out with making sure you don't just lose a member every minute or so.
It's also the Morgana is such an all-around good champion. Not only do you have the Dark Binding, but you have that spell immunity to give to one of your engage or one of your bruisers that really wants to get into that fight. One of the biggest disadvantages or one of the weaknesses that some of these champions have is prone to being CC'd because you're just straight up going into the fight. But if you're spell immune, that's not something you have to worry about. And even if you die, even if you do not get a kill, as we saw this game, it doesn't really matter because you draw so much focus and attention onto you that the rest of your team can actually finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, I think longer term, I don't know if we didn't get a chance to check out if that was the case, but there are kind of options you've got when you've got an opposing team like 300 had here. You've got the Mikhail's Crucible is the big one, the item that's able to cleanse your player, cleanse an ally for you. And there's always, of course, the option of just bring Cleanse onto Howling Abyss and say, okay, against a certain opposing team, if I don't have Cleanse, anytime I get caught, I will die.
Yeah, Cleanse is... And it's weird because Cleanse on Summoner's Rift is such a useful skill, but it sometimes feels almost wasteful. Don't get me wrong, it's very important, especially for something like a Twitch, for some of these AD carries. But it feels so wasteful sometimes when you're picking it because you're cleansing one thing, preferably every 80 seconds, and then you have 5 other forms of CC that are just waiting in line. They're just in the queue at the DMV, like, oh yeah, you filled in form 1812B. Well, here's 1812C to X. It doesn't matter. Like, you're gonna go through all of them, and one cleanse, one get out of jail free card is not enough most of the time.
I mean, this is something we'll be kind of thinking about during the course of the tournament as well, is trying to figure out, is it better to build a well-rounded team that can kind of do everything a little bit, or do you go the complete opposite way and say build a team where, as you said, if you've got, say, a Vayne carry and the entire team's built to enable them, you've got a Lulu, you've got a Morgana, you've got everything to make sure they stay alive and they can kill everyone. If that's, a better strategy than trying to make sure you cover all of your bases.
Okay, and let's actually go into our next game because this is the third game already. Well, kind of depends on how you're looking at it. If you're looking at it from an entertainment perspective or if you're looking at it from the rounds that are going in. Because as you can see, some of these teams have not finished their first round as well. This is still a best of 5 throughout all the stages, meaning that you can actually go in there and you can try some stuff with the first game, try and test the waters, try some new strategies, and then change them throughout the tournament.
All right, so we get to see a little bit here. So in this pick and ban, Seraphine and Soraka getting banned out. So both of these teams acknowledging how powerful. In fact, yeah, Seraphine and Sona all being banned. So that's taken away most of the healing capacity, and it's kind of replaced it instead with a ton of CC. You can see here for the Juice Drinkers, they've got the Veigar, they've got the Lux, and of course, the crowd favorite of the Ashe before combined with the new Snowball. These are tons of ways of starting a fight onto the Showbots.
It's only ways of starting a fight. It is ways of actually finishing out that fight. Because alongside both of these teams, especially alongside the Showbots gang, there is a lot of mobility in there with the Tristana, with the Yone, and with the Jarvan. I'm actually wondering how impactful the Rise ultimate is going to be. I think probably not so much, but that's similar in Summoner's Rift. But remember, you can actually shove, you can actually play a little bit with the wave with that ultimate. And maybe when you know, there is a Veigar cage, there's an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, there is a Nunu, and there's a Lux binding, all of that stuff is blocking you from engaging. Well, you literally have a 5-man teleport in your team. So maybe that's something you should try.
Yeah, it would be fascinating to see how the Showbots use it, because, right, it's not the most obvious choice to take the Rise. I mean, we've seen it in Worlds and the like as well. You know, the Rise in the hands of a player who knows exactly what they're doing with it versus just, a player who's picking up for the raw strength, I think really misses a lot of the potential here. I'd love to see the Showbots go for something crazy with the Realm Warp, faking out the Juice Drinkers by making it look like they're going to Realm Warp in, so they draw out all the crowd control. Or, in fact, after they've taught the Juice Drinkers not to care about the Realm Warp, then they use it for real, and they blow up the fight.
That's actually a good idea, because that, especially the cage from Veigar, is such a devastating tool now. It can sort of be denied because there are ways around it, because you have mobility as the Showbots gang, but that cage is just such a nope button. You put it down, nobody can interact. And alongside with the Nunu, who will be building AP in this, trust me, or at least will be building AP Bruiser to the very least. It's such a... Okay, I've trapped 2 people in here. Now I can charge up the absolute 0, and all of a sudden your team fight is just already won.
So Stoney's going to be our POV from the Juice Drinkers side of things. So it looks like we just had a little bit of a technical pause, but we should be getting things underway. Certainly, I mean, from where I'm sitting, it's seeming like the chain crowd control may be too much for the Juice Drinkers to deal with here. Because, as you mentioned before, with the cleanse, that can only really deal with one thing. That's kind of somewhat applying to the Black Shield as well, that if you can actually bust through that Black Shield with magic damage, then you can make that target vulnerable to being CC'd again.
Yeah, and there's one caveat to all of that alongside Showbots gang, and that is, as they're really chunking out the Juice Drinkers already, that's Engage. Besides the Nunu, they have catch potential, but they don't really have engage potential. And I would actually categorize the Nunu into... Whoa! There's the AP Nunu.
Holy moly!
Yeah, don't underestimate when you build full AP Nunu. That stuff does a lot of damage.
And there is the Veigar stun. It's absolutely horrendous and gets that first kill in. At least the Juice Drinkers get one back for themselves. Of course, we only mentioned very briefly the Tristana as being, the AD carry who can put out a lot of damage as we've seen before, but just like that Vayne, with a jump reset on kill, means that there's a lot of potential to see this Tristana finish off fights spectacularly well, and that's what they're trying to go for.
Yeah, and this is giving the Juice Drinkers some breathing room, because that's kind of what you need. We saw that some of these teams, they just, once they lose their footing, they keep on losing their footing, and Juice Drinkers has realized this as well, going in, trying to maybe get some kills out of the get-go, not finding them just yet, but it is so important for them that they do not give Showbots a setup, that they not give them room to set up, because one of the things you're continuously gonna get are these snowballs, I should say.
Yeah, we get to see it there. There's a lot of excitement, I think, for both teams whenever the snowball comes a-calling. It's so incredibly difficult to deny on such a narrow lane, this single lane map, that you're pretty much guaranteed the snowball, if it comes from a direction like from the bushes there, that you're not going to be able to do too much about it. Nice defensive snowball there. Might stop the Juice Drinkers from making their play stick, and they will drop down. Double hit on the cage means the Rise is gone as well. For the Showbots, this is a huge win.
Yeah, now with the Lux flashing forward as well, getting up a kill, and it goes to Veigar. He is stacking passively so much, Twitch also gonna kill. Veigar actually champion, we kind of hinted towards being a very good high meta pick here. Don't forget, Veigar is one of those champions that scales passively, and in a map like Howling Abyss, because you're continuously poking and because you're expecting to get a lot of stacks, it is something that Veigar doesn't really always need those items. Something like tanky Veigars are fine because you're getting so much ability power on the backdrop of your passive. Now, looking at the Juice Drinkers, oh, there's a Tristana not getting those resets in, and that's kind of unfortunate for her. Guess that could have been a beautiful triple kill otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about before. That's what you're living for if you're the Juice Drinkers here, is set up these bowling pins for the Tristana, get a bunch of low health enemy members, and then reset City. Nice buster shot sends the Nunu back into the tower, and the Juice Drinkers are back into a comfortable position.
And Juice Drinkers now, they do have disengage. You can see that they can mess with the rhythm that Showbots is definitely putting out here with the CC, follow-up CC, and then just the amount of poke and dashes. But as soon as you just have double engage, once again with the Cataclysm, the Twitch is stuck in there, but the Sprint Break will not be enough to finish this fight, especially when the Yone has ways of engaging and disengaging. Two-man knock-up with the Snowball, meaning you once again get another kill on the Veigar, who's getting quite a lot of ability power on the back of his passive once again.
Yeah, every time that Veigar hits anyone with any spell, they get an additional ability power. So in the ARAM game mode, you're going to be hitting a whole lot of people a whole lot of times. So look out for click downs, Veigar to hit ridiculously hard. The one thing I wanted to bring up here, which I really like from the Juice Drinkers, is the Yone. Oh, there's some realm warp. It's actually going to send the team behind. The Juice Drinkers pull the trigger. This is high risk, high reward. It's looking like it's going to be a little tight, but there's charging in nonetheless. I think they have been turned back ultimately, but that was a hell of a play.
It was very much a high risk, high reward play, but for some reason, it was an all or nothing play. But it landed in middle. It was a 2 for 2. And this was something I was not expecting because they got 2 kills. And then they lost 2 team members. Got out in the end. Juice Drinkers knowing that maybe this is the way they need to keep on playing. Because in this particular game, they've just been aggressive straight from the start. Ooh, with a failed cage and flash on the Veigar and no members available. Actually, there's a Jarvan once again going in. Exhaust being put down, not finding the damage on the Ashe just yet. But here comes the final spark alongside with a very healthy Nunu who dishes out the damage as well. Jarvan, I don't know how he's still alive. I seriously don't know.
Yeah. I think we can definitely blame the Mercury treads there. A wise investment from Stolly of the Juice Drinkers, the team captain, to make sure they don't get locked down forever by all this crowd control. I would have fully expected the Juice Drinkers, given how CC heavy this particular match is, to have gone deep into the Tenacity Mastery as well. As there's a nice catch on the Nunu. The tower falls. The Juice Drinkers, though, are still looking for a fight.
Yeah, and they're finding it. They did lose their first turret. So the problem that is occurring right now, the Juice Drinkers, they continue to find engages. They continue to find kills. But look at this turret from the Showbots. Almost untouched. Like a, it's like a blank, it's like a forest during the first day in winter. It is completely pure, it is untouched, and the Juice Drinkers, they need to find a way to actually push against the Showbots, because otherwise, just like you can see here, the Showbots are just going to find and engage and clear out these fights.
We do see for the Juice Drinkers at least, as they go in. Nice play from the Yone, but their health bars are starting to disappear. Oh no! We've changed across, and unfortunately our POV player is in the shop, so we don't see the tail end of that fight. But it does look like, ultimately, it is and has been an ace there on the Juice Drinkers.
Yeah, I looked at the inventory a little bit, or at least at the stats. That's an 11 and 4 Twitch. That is hella scary because, you know, if you do not find an engage on the Twitch, you will just get blown to smithereens. That is a Twitch you can just go, I am sort of an assassin at that point because I need 3 seconds of my ult up and auto-attacking for free to completely annihilate your team.
Well, at least the juice drinkers have reset, but yes. I mean, this is the particular strength here that we've got for the Twitch. It's just being able to get into position around the outside of the team. The juice drinkers, it seems like as time goes on, they're getting better and better at dealing with these big engages. The Nunu Snowball, again, it hits like an absolute truck. And we really need to see the Morgana hitting the bindings on the Nunu before it lands. The Twitch comes in, backed up by the arrow, but it doesn't work. Stole soaks tons of damage on the front line. The Tristana's going in for the reset, but unfortunately the damage isn't quite there. They'll have to leap away because Rise is almost gone as well. And I think the end of the team fight is going heavily against the Juice Drinkers.
And this is what I talked about before. You're gotten to a place when you're the Juice Drinkers, the enemy Twitch is no longer just an AD carry. It is literally also an assassin. And if you're unprepared and you find yourself in a position where he can just free it for 1 or 2 seconds, your entire team just melts. And you cannot afford to do that again because you don't really have any structures left.
Stoli showing a little bit of the engage. There's the Cataclysm, locks 2 in place. Now the Juice Drinkers need to bring their damage to bear. Get the double kill through, looking for the Ash as well. Snowball hits. Nice lockdown there from Stoli. The Twitch is here again, as you said. This Twitch is so strong, they can assassinate the Juice Drinkers from the front, but they're now in hot pursuit. The Nunu is gone. The Ignite, I think, is going to finish the job there, but the Twitch escapes with their life.
And already you see the showbots committing to, okay, Twitch is our carry in these team fights. The Nunu immediately flashing over here. The spray and pray almost gets the double kill. That is so close, and luckily the Rise and the Yone do have some range to blow up Twitch, otherwise this could have ended horribly for them.
And we've got, of course, the Veigar able to control space spectacularly with their baby cage there. As we check in on those numbers, we can see the Twitch, of course, getting up to 12 kills, but there's a good amount of kills on the rest of the showbots as well, so they're not completely reliant on the Twitch going off to win a fight.
Absolutely not. And oh, look at how much, even with 2 magic resist items, those snowballs still hit like a truck. The same goes for this Jarvan when he goes in with the flag and drag, gets the kill on the Ash, and actually gets the kill on the Veigar as well, which is still alive, but that's a good 2-for-1 pickup.
Yeah, good decision making there from Team Captain Stoli to turn around, realizing they couldn't make it play. The Tristana is blown up early on, but Yone's going to go in and try and clean up the Juice Drinkers. They hold on for now, but it was a very, very bloody affair. Only 2 members of the Drinkers left standing.
And the Drinkers, they win these... They nearly win these fights, I should say. Oh no, Nunu going for it again. Gets rooted. That would have been a very cue the Benny Hill music there. I actually never. I know it's apparently still. It can still hold up because it's just slapstick. I've never watched Benny Hill. I have no idea how actually that show goes or what's
I've seen that sequence, but I don't think I've ever seen the show itself, much as I took a very long time to realize that Monty Python wasn't just a series of movies. As Stoli goes in, soaking a lot of damage, but the rest of the team not quite there to back them up. There's the Twitch, though, pouring out tons and tons of damage. Nice shot across the bow with a laser, almost gets the double. Juice Drinkers maybe starting to regret. Nice binding, takes the snowball out of commission, and the Realm Warp works as the escape tool.
Yeah, but escape to where you need to have a base to escape to, and the showbots know this, so they can actually keep on pushing. Now, the biggest disadvantage for the Twitch is definitely this Jarvan. Oh, this completely
26 assists so far and 8 kills. This Nunu, I think, is as big of a menace as the Twitch is.
Yeah, you just keep rolling in with these snowballs doing so much damage, and there's nothing really. when you're the juice drinkers, there's not really all that much you can do to avoid it. Jarvan going in has Cataclysm available, but is he actually able to do something with it? He's looking for the Twitch, can't really find it. We'll have to settle for Veigar, but with the Ignite coming down as well, and with Veigar still living, this is horrendous for the juice drinkers. They are the numbers disadvantage, although the showbots do have low health bars. You have relics to keep them up once again.
There's the Chen crowd control, but at least for the juice drinkers, the health bars are not there for the showbots. Nice damage onto the Twitch, not quite killing them, but the Rise is coming alive. Triple kill so far. No, quadra kill. Looking for the Penta. They are being denied by the showbots, but it was pretty freaking close.
Yeah, and Twitch still going for it. Actually gets the kill onto this Rise. Morgana needs to be careful. This is probably an invisible Twitch. There he is. He was hiding. And gets himself cataclysmed. I mean, yeah, we can expect this a multitude of times, or it's just Jarvan has one job: get on Twitch. That's all he needs to do.
One thing I'm particularly impressed with this Jarvan is, as you can see, in the inventory right now, this is not a Jarvan spec for damage, but they're still able to deal really well with the squishier members of the showbots.
It's just bruisers. I saw a tweet today. It's just bruisers. So top lane has the most broken champions because you're bruisers and tanks, and then you have jungle who have the most impactful roles and actually win the game pre-20, and then you have mid laners who just get help from literally everybody. You have ADCs who just dish out way too much damage, and then you have supports whose champion kits are overloaded. And that's kind of what it is, and you can see it with the Jarvan here as well. You're not really spec'd for that damage, you're not really spec'd to be a full tank, but it just works. You just jump on the Twitch and be annoying as hell.
There's another snubble coming in, but the juice drinker's turning it back around! The Twitch is gone just as quickly as they came. And there's the Cataclysm being forcing out the flash from the Ashe. Yone going in, grabbing hold of the kill, turning it into the ultimate. That's tons and tons of damage. As Kurak is going to be locked down as well. It's down to the Lux, juice drinkers using the Realm Warp to get behind. This is a huge win for the juice drinkers. They're going to be able to make some serious ground.
And I will be, sorry, as soon as the Lux gets picked up, I will show that I'm already turning a little bit into Boomer, because I will say I have to give hella props to the juice drinkers, because this game could have been over 10 minutes ago. It seriously could have. The showbots, they cannot find that last team fight they need. They cannot actually find the clean ace they need to finish out this game. I think that inhibitor has been taken down 2 or 3 times already. And the juice drinkers, they do not want to give up. They just keep on going and say, look, we have not really found anything, but we keep on looking.
Death Brush being set up. Absolute Zero cancelled out immediately. Nice play from the juice drinkers. As the Jarvan soaks again all the damage from the initial engage, the juice drinkers can't actually take advantage of it.
And a team must chain. Now, something we haven't really talked about is items. And a team must chain. Good item here. We'll talk about it later, because it does seem that the showbots might have found the engage you were looking for. Only the Tristana remaining. Dead timers are quite high. 15 seconds on the Jarvan, 26 seconds on the rest of the team. Will the juice drinkers will be able to defend? They still have 2 Nexus turrets remaining, but Super Minions are slowly but surely heading into these Nexus turrets. One member needs to do it.
So that's 1 tower down. The juice drinkers scrambling. They've only got the minimum defensive capability. Nice Cataclysm will at least keep the Twitch away from the towers. Gets the kill again anyway as the inhibitor comes up. Nice knock up onto Lux as well. Underworld trying to pick off the Tristana on the very edge of your screen. Underworld is going to have to go back in. The Realm Warp is used again to cut off the showbots' retreat.
This is extraordinary. I thought, okay, this is the end. Showbots has won. They will push out. It doesn't matter. But for some reason, the Jarvan, not spec'd as a tank, not spec'd as a damage, some in a sort of superposition of both, just goes in against 3 members, kills the Twitch, and then keeps on living and even looking for yet another engage on the Ashe. Actually finds finds it. That's a Tristana jumping in, gets the kill on to the Ashe, and this is only a Veigar. Needs to use his abilities to clear this wave. But look how much damage Juice Drinkers can dish out right now. Can they actually find another push into enemy terrain here?
And the Juice Drinkers are doing so well to wait out the counter engage as Stoli goes under the Nexus towers. Doesn't work out so well for them, but it does allow the Juice Drinkers to get the inhibitor tower down. So that means they should be able to equalize on the inhibitors themselves. Minu Snowball gonna get countered very well. Twitch in on the side of the team is dropped, but the damage is done.
Yeah, gets a beautiful triple kill. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. That one goes wide, but as soon as you give a little bit of room, as soon as you lose a couple of team members, and especially the Jarvan is down, Twitch can just creep up behind your team, do massive amounts of damage, and you almost have zero counterplay. Jarvan is so is a detrimental piece of the puzzle for Juice Drinkers, and one of the major reasons why they're still in this game.
I really like the Anathema Chain pickup there. As you can see, yeah, I have to assume they've got it focused on the Twitch, because Twitch has nearly all of the Showbots kills, and if they're not doing damage to that Jarvan as tanky as they are right now, then presumably they won't be able to stop the Jarvan from just running them down.
Yeah, and the Tima's Chains is a great item for when damage comes mostly from one particular person. You already have your resistances, but on top of that, and don't forget Anatima's procs first, so meaning you can potentially have around 60 to 70% of damage reduction. Up against the Twitch, which I want to say 20 kills almost, that is definitely something you need. And it's working for the Juice Drinkers, but how long though? Because they win every single battle almost, but can they win the war? It seems unlikely, but they keep on going.
So inhibitor down on the Juice Drinker side, open on the Showbot side of things. But the difference from last time round is the Juice Drinkers are here. They can fight for this tower. We see there's so much crowd control coming through. Very early burn on the Absolute Zero, but Jarvan is now out of there. Chasing onto the back line. Almost getting the kill. The Juice Drinkers' health bars are almost gone. Showbots, they've almost got us back to one apiece. Stubby comes in. Nice use of the Gold Drinker to bring themselves back up to health. Flagging, dragging. Tristana looking to get the reset. In Underworld goes in. Nice dance away. Triple kill for the Juice Drinkers AD carry. And they stay alive.
Okay, so there was a team. There was a team in this competition. There is a team in this competition, which is called 300, which is probably a nod towards the Zack Snyder movie. But these are the real Spartans, because they are holding the mountain pass. And the Showbots, they are just not advancing. This Nexus turret has stood there for so freaking long. The Juice Drinkers continue to just go, we are not losing this. You can try and try and try, but we are not giving up. And for some reason, it continues to work. I think they can't find a single push.
What I'm looking for here for the Showbots, it's got to be how they use the Twitch. Up until this point, they were playing them super aggressively, and I think that needs to change, because Rise, we're talking about them as not maybe being the biggest damage threat early on. They are now. We've officially arrived into the later game, and Rise is the main Juice Drinkers carry. As much as the Jarvan is buying space and killing the squishies, the raw damage numbers are all coming from Rise because he's so powerful right now.
Yeah, now with the Yoni as well, getting a lot of these items in. Don't forget Yoni, even though when you are down on KDA, if you have 2 or 3 items, Yoni does a lot of damage. Here it goes in the Twitch. Beautiful spray and pray, gets 2 kills and Absolute Zero being used on being cancelled by the flag and drag. But the Jarvan gets out, but gets really low, and this is Juice Drinkers definitely on the ropes. It's the Nexus that is under so much pressure. Gold Drinker is being used. Rise in the backline, gets the kill on the Lux, but the Nexus is going low and goes down. The Showbots, they needed to use themselves as cannon fodder, but they have found the explosion on the Nexus.
Wow, what a game! This is our opening round of play in the competition, and they are absolutely giving everything. I mean, last time round in our previous ARAM tournament, we had a lot of games that went to 3-0, so it's great to see it going even this time round. Of course, there are some members we would fully expect to be going 3-0 at this stage. Of course, not asleep, our former champions, very much able to do that very quickly as well.
Yeah, and this was only I think this was only the first game for Juice Drinkers and the Showbots, meaning that. Sorry, no. Let me rephrase. This was the second game, but it was very much a long game, so it was even throughout the time. And this might be potentially the last game from two of these teams we have not. Excuse me, we have not seen before. Sorry, excuse me. For in any of these Trovo tournaments, it is BP Gang versus B.
That's not going to be confusing at all. But fortunately,
no, definitely
with it being
not.
single elimination, one of these teams is going to exit the tournament in this round. So while every one of our games is best of 5, you only get that single shot. So BP Gang and B, these two teams are competing to go up against Not Asleep in the next round of competition. From what we can see right now, BP Gang with the 2 rounds locked down, it's likely to be them. But that is going to be weighing heavily on their mind that the toughest games are yet to come.
Yeah, and BP Gang also going, definitely going for a sort of wombo with the Wukong, Silas, and the Yasuo, but definitely bruiser heavy. Like very fighter bruiser heavy with Silas, Wukong, Yasuo, and Jax, meaning these champions do scale very well into the late game, but they are susceptible to poke to CC, which is everything that B has drafted. They have the brand. That's some ultimate that wants to blow up some of these people. They have the lock, so that's also a lot of poke. I am so interested to see how this particular matchup goes.
Yeah, I love what we've got here in terms of the crowd control from the Red Squad. This is such a wombo combo team, and it's so incredibly hard to deny that. I guess the only comfort here is that the Silas has a tremendous amount of amazing abilities. Shockwave, there's the first part. We are in level 6 territory as B are getting run down here. They can't put together their combo, and without it, they've got nothing.
Absolutely nothing. The first turret has already fallen for B, and remember, it is... Oh, sorry, they're a 1-0. I think we saw on the scoreboard, we saw a 2-0. I think that is more accurate, so please don't take that by heart. There we go, 2-0. It has been updated. Thank you, production, for that. So B, this is potentially their final tier 2 turret in this tournament. Now there's a good engage from Jax, gets the brand down. Snowball being used as well on the Wukong side. Is on the backdrop there with the Scatter the Weak from Syndra. Looks trying to find once more time a little bit of damage with her E not connecting just yet. The Syndra throwing down these balls, but not connecting as well. And this might be BP Gang looking for yet another engage. I think the Cyclone has already been used as well, so they will just go on to the defensive.
So that's a Syndra locking down one kill off screen. But the wombo combo the Gang have for themselves is again working pretty freaking well. Of course, this is the concern for Gang, is if the Yasuo ever goes down at any point, the entire point of their team is gone.
Yeah, I think Wukong should not be able to survive this just yet. You can already see the question mark pinks coming out as well. But BP Gang, they can take over the neighborhood with their gang because it is not looking well for B. Level 9, meaning because... sorry, my own camera's in the way. Minutes 6, so 6 minutes and 30 seconds. They already lost their tier 1 turret. And this, once again, might be their final tier 1 turret. It will just mean that they need to find one way or another to win this game.
All right, so B, they certainly got a very strong and deliberate play in mind. There's the Silas breaking onto the backline. Nice use of the Everfrost there to buy a lot of space. And we see how quickly B, with only that one primary tank, they're unable to keep their backline from being aggressed onto. And when the backline's taking aggro, you can't do the combo.
No way available to do the combo. And now it's just BP Gang. Once again, they have these very aggressive fighters that can keep on going. I think this is an AP Malphite. I'm actually not quite sure. We'll have to wait and see. I think tank both of them are on the bad thing. Yeah, that's a tank Malphite. Okay, so you get a kill, you get an engage on, but at what cost? Because look what's happening here. It's definitely BP Gang who gets a better trade in the end. I think the Jax has not been spotted. If he can jump into this backline, this is potentially bad news, BP gang.
Yeah, B is suddenly realizing that they've got to deal with a double counter-strike. Nice shutdown. I think they got the second as well. And it goes to show, even on a single lane map, there's still the chance to play out these strategic ambush plays as the Arena picks up a double. I have to imagine they won't get to enjoy that for long because Jax is in hot pursuit.
Oh, was it kill given over to Silas?
Yes.
Or was it? Yeah, was it given over? Was it take? Let's say it was given over. It's very hard to tell. Now, what we didn't talk about was Silas, who was absolutely decimating this. Lux, Brand is there as well. Syndra up again. And Silas has such good ultimates to steal in this particular game. Has the Unstoppable Force from the Malphite, but also has the Brand ultimate, has the Syndra ultimate, and has the Lux ultimate. So it's just a kid in a candy store at that point.
Yeah, and that's the problem that B have got. They can't deny these Malphite engages, as impactful as they are for B. They are just as impactful for BP Gang, as Gang are showing, especially when it's through a mini wave, their ability to chase B down, to punch through that front line, is almost unmatched. The ult is being saved here. You can see Silas feeling pretty confident, gonna go on the tower combo play, and it's a huge tearing apart of the B squad. They never even stood a chance.
Nobody stood a chance against that engaged. Syndra up again, but the wind wall alongside with the knock-up flash of the Scant. There's the unleashed power, gets the kill in the end. Oh yes, so actually being taken out as well. But this, it's not boding well for B Counterfeit. It's really not. And I want to be, I don't want to be negative Nelly here, but I'm also realistic this here, where I say, look, you need to find something to turn this around really quick.
So let's talk about what B have and don't have. They've got a ton of damage, but they suffer when BP Gang just dive straight onto them. It does make it seem like if B can be the ones to start the fight, can dictate terms, then they can do well. But if BP Gang are the aggressors, then B just falls to pieces.
I think one of the problems B has in their team composition is they do have a lot of counter engage, actually. I mean, unless you get hit by snowballs like these and with cyclones, then it's not looking all too well. I think this Malphite will be taken down, or should be taken down. And with the AP Kai'Sa, the poke comes out. So this is exactly what I was trying to say. B wants to play a slow game. They want to play it steady, where you get a couple of Brand hits in there, you get a couple of pokes in from potentially Syndra, good shockwave alongside with the combination, but that takes time, that takes setup, and that's all of that are resources that they do not have, because BP Gang just goes in again, goes in even harder, loads up the cannon, and then fires everyone they have with that cannon straight into your face.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good for B here. Every one of these fights is going against them. I don't know if in a different life if they had more of an ability to punish, but there's the engage. Once the Malphite is low, you can't start a fight if you're B. Now you're being chased under your Nexus towers, which might be a step too far for Gang right now.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit greedy there from BP Gang. I think that's a fair statement to make. The problem is they can afford it. Like, it doesn't really change anything so far, unless he loses a couple of times. Although, Yasuo jumping in, not surviving, getting a kill there. I say this is not a big issue for BP Gang. Remember, this is still Howling Abyss. A lot of passive gold generation. You cannot afford to do this over and over again, because if you do this a couple more times, as we saw with the Juice Drinkers, there are definitely comeback potentials here in this particular map.
We can see that the teams are taking advantage of this tournament situation to be able to make friends with each other, which of course is what, what we love to see, especially if you're in a B situation here. Honestly, I think it's great that we can have B, as much as they're getting picked off, still able to be making jokes in the chat, because it does at least indicate that they're not getting too far tilted by this current dangerous situation.
Yeah, the mental game definitely a thing you need to worry about, because when you're in this position where one, bad engage, one bad team fight might lose you the game, You need to have the good mental and you need to wait slow and steady. You are literally that almost that snake, and you want to wait until somebody comes into your path and then you strike.
Nice engage back onto the side of Shockwave hits too, but the reverse turnaround play from BP Gang, and B are just
The brand!
gone. The brand does a ton of damage, but it's going to be hidden off screen. BP Gang, they survive with 3 members, and I have to think that that will be the end.
Surely this must be the game. Jax remaining alongside with Wukong, 2 champions who just melt turrets. Yes, was in there as well, who didn't see him before, but this means that BP Gang will advance to the quarterfinals. I think, I'm not particularly sure, we need to wait until we look at the bracket, but this might be the final game in our round of 16. Once again, I'm not sure, please stick around. But because it's so late, I'm probably wondering, because of all the trios, we might be done with our first round.
We'll get an update as to that in the future. I guess just to touch back on the ending of that previous game, I kind of want to get your thoughts, Exodus, on how you feel about the kind of wombo combo versus what we were seeing from BP Gang there, which felt like it was more champions who could operate independently, a couple of different carries that would just kind of do their own things in the fight. And if it wasn't Yasuo, then it was the Kaiser instead who was able to leap in and finish off the fight.
The AP Kai'Sa in the composition is actually very strong. One of the reasons for that is because, as you can see, you have a Malphite building a lot of armor, but AP Kai'Sa with that Prey Seeker definitely hurts. And on the Malphite, it hurts even more because you're breaking that armor. Also, you still do damage with your main with the passive from Kai'Sa, meaning that you are actually useful besides just going in there with those Prey Seekers. Why is that important?
Yeah, I think...
Now, yeah, go on.
No, I just felt like you're going to tell me.
Okay, why is it important? Well, it's just you're poking better against the poke comp, and at a certain point, the enemy team is continuously like a soldier of Vietnam trying to be aware, where is the Kai'Sa Prey Seeker going to come from? At a certain point, you're looking more towards the Prey Seekers than you are looking out for a Sylas who has hijacked an unstoppable force who is jumping onto your backline.
So for any of you folks who are just tuning in now, just to kind of catch you up on all of the bits and pieces about the tournament itself. So 2,500 euros being played for here over these next couple of days. Today we're just covering the opening stages, and tomorrow the final playoff parts. As we'll look and see how have we got on our matches so far. It looks like we are close. There were a couple of our games, Team 300 Juice Drinkers as well. Looks like they are still in progress, though a lot of the opening round has concluded.
Yeah, a lot of the opening round has. Obviously, the Season 11 Peakers, they got a buy-in because of a no-show from Team Sansu. Now, Not Asleep, our previous winners went with a clean 3-0. Let's see if they can remain unbeaten. Just like Totally Asleep, I don't know if it's their sister team. I don't know if they know each other. I don't know if it's intentional. But Totally Asleep also possibly going for a clean 3-0 into the quarterfinals.
All right, let's see what we've got for us here. So we've got a couple of comps with some familiar faces. Okay, I do apologize. It looks like we'll be coming back out of here in a second. So I guess we'll go back to the larger talking points instead than Exodus. We've had the wombo combo kind of attempted and not really work. I'm kind of curious to see, where are you with what kind of picks are you liking right now? What kind of picks are you not liking?
Well, something I'm curious about. There are 2 picks in this particular draft I'm curious about. One of them is the Camille from Totally Sleep, and the other is the Mordekaiser, also from Totally Sleep. The Camille I kind of get. It's a champion you need to wait a long time in ARAM to be useful with. It's also a champion that is very specific to certain parts because there are team compositions. If you're up against a complete poke comp, Camille is not going to do anything, and you just need to wait and wait and wait until you kind of can one-shot or two-shot somebody. But the Mordekaiser is one of those, I am getting you out of a team fight. And as when you're Totally Asleep, the only one you really want to get out of a team fight is, actually, this might be surprising, but this is Soraka. Because when you ult Soraka, you deny her ability to heal other people. The problem is, are you ever going to reach that Soraka? Probably not. Like, the chances of you ulting her are very slim, and if you're in a position where you can ult her, it already means that Gigaram already made that mistake and is probably losing the team fight. So Mordekaiser feels a bit clunky to me, even though I enjoy the champ very much. Is in a very weird spot.
No, you're right. It does feel like a lot of the targets you really love to get are going to be hard to access, but it looks like Totally Asleep are up for a scrap. The Mordekaiser, it's going down pretty low in this exchange. It might be Totally Asleep getting a kill back onto the Nautilus. There is the engage going under the tower. This is incredibly aggressive.
A little bit too aggressive, I should say, from Totally Asleep. Now they do get 2 kills of the backdrop, from the backdrop. But still looking at what Gigaram is going to do here, they find themselves once again in a position where they're pushed against their turret. Yes, they have a Soraka that can heal up their particular team composition, but as soon as they get engaged on, as soon as a grab or a good dark binding is being connects, it's Totally Asleep who just takes over the fight once again.
Totally going to go in aggressively once again. The Leona leading the front line, but the Malphite turning it back around. There is the death round being brought to bear. Perhaps a little too late in that fight, but it does mean that no more Malphite. Nice use of the Hextech ultimatum to lock the fight down in one area. And I'm liking some of the combo potential we've got here from Totally Asleep to, put a whole lot of hurt into a small, concentrated area.
Before people call me out on it, because I know they will, I didn't mention this because we didn't have the time, okay? Yes, the Mordekaiser, you want to ult Soraka, we can definitely also ult the Malphite, and then you become extraordinarily tanky afterwards, and because Malphite is building armor, yada yada yada, you do more damage onto him, you do percent damage to Mordekaiser already. So I am very much aware of the fact, people in chat, I don't know if you said already, that ulting the Mordekaiser, ulting the Malphite is also very impactful. And you can see why. You clean up the fight, and then you're just so tanky on the backdrop of that one.
Well, we've got the further engage going through. Of course, we do bear in mind that Gigaram, they're the team who have got the sustain advantage as Totally Asleep continues to try and take the fight. The only disadvantage, I suppose, well, limitation for the Soraka here, is there might be too many different targets that she has to try and heal to effectively be able to provide healing for any of them.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you have this type of sustain with a team that actually wants to go all in, healing is quite good, but healing you need to have time. So if you get blown up, if you just know our fight is done in 10 seconds, then Soraka is maybe able to get 1 or 2 heals out of it, not counting the ultimate, obviously. So if Soraka will need some time. Remember that Soraka heals are also nerfed on this map. Meaning that Soraka, her utility is definitely way more in the fact that she's good in the sustain in, I would say, when you're in the downtime between fights.
Well, Gigaram, they haven't been able to heal up too much, but nice counter engage on the Misfortune. Of course, that's the classic play. The Misfortune sets herself up for the channel. You immediately unstoppable force onto their face and cancel it. They're going under the tower again. Totally Asleep. They are hungry for kills, but it's 7-7 right now. And it looks like they're going to have to settle for just pushing close to the tower.
Gigaram still has the advantage of having range. As you can see here, you have the Soraka for sustain, but you also have range coming out from in the form of Lux and the Ashe. Now, the Nautilus here is interesting because the Nautilus is very much a lockdown champion as well, is frontline, but is he doing all that much right now? Who is he actually going to pull? He's continuously up against a Mordekaiser. You do not want to pull. Up against Leona. You also do not want to CC. You do not want to get that dredge line in. Maybe the Morgana. But remember that the Morgana also, when you pull her, she can just stun you. She can root you on the backdrop of that one. So, it's all. These are 3 very tricky champions to engage on.
Yeah, for totally asleep, they're going to have to navigate their way through and try and find those softer targets. Of course, the Mordekaiser's role is a big difference maker here. You can see Mordekaiser's been kept at a distance from some of those squishy carries as the Ashe goes forward. Doesn't have enough damage to really deny. So Mordekaiser puts up the shields, shrugs off the damage, and Gigaram are left in awkward position. Nice catch under the tower, pulling back into range, totally asleep. They've now got free time with this first tower. Hextech Ultimatum unnecessary to grab another kill. Gigaram are in big trouble.
Gigaram losing their turret, and just like the last game, this might be the last of their tier 1 turrets in this tournament, as the Camille jumps in, life steals a lot of health back, and a tier 2 turret from Gigaram also falling now. Gigaram here engaging with the unstoppable force. There is the bullet time. Mordekaiser still has a full stacked up shield. Everything's being used on the Leon, a little bit too much forward. She's trying to get out with the solar flare. There's the Death Realm, and now the Mordekaiser strengths come out against these tanky targets. Will you be able to deny it? Absolutely not. You get the tankiness from the Malphite once again. Mordekaiser does get CC'd and eventually taken down. But Gigaram, it is a consolation prize they got on those kills. It is definitely not something you were looking out for.
We're still very close between the two teams in terms of raw kill value. Of course, totally asleep, one game away from making it into the quarterfinals if they can just win this one out. So far, I'm kind of surprised that we've not seen the Wombo combo work more effectively, but the Camille is doing a fantastic job of using those hook shots to get in, deal damage, and get back out again. Gigaram, though, they look like they want to take this fight. Everfrost denied by the hook shot, but Camille comes back in again, and she's gonna pay for it. There's the follow-up, there's the crowd control, and the damage from Gigaram as well. I think they're satisfied with grabbing those 2 kills.
Yeah, grabbing those kills, and Gigaram, I mean, we've seen this numerous times, right? So these teams are holding out, but for how long? Once again, now it's perspective from the I forgot her name. I think it was Mummy before in game. I think her streaming name was something else. Apologies for that. But as you can see, once again, this turret from Totally Sleep still almost untouched. Nothing is being put out from Gigaram. They are fighting to survive. They are not fighting to win.
There we go. It's Ms. Nightshade, who is our POV player. And of course, do bear in mind, for these streamed players who are watching right now, you can go and follow them after the fact, because they have given their time up today to compete in the competition, but they're all, of course, streamers in themselves, as Totally Sleep go in for the hard force on the play. Nautilus is almost away. This time the bullet time gets the full channel, but most of Gigaram had gotten away before it really landed.
And the tier 2 turret has now fallen. The Nexus, the Nexus remains, but the inhibitor remains, but not remains as well. But for how long? Counterfeit is being taken out by Totally Sleep. And with this team fight, their advancement into the quarterfinals is only growing and is only looking more and more sure.
Gigaram, it hasn't been looking good for them for a while, so they're going to try and force the play. Death Realm immediately brings Malphite out of play, this time before the ultimate gets cast. But I think Totally Asleep, they're in a bit of a dicey position here, though. Malphite actually gets kills within the Mordekaiser ult, which means Mordekaiser will steal those stats. Unfortunately, they may not be enough to keep them alive. Gigaram are coming back in, grabbing hold of one, chasing down a second. Oh no, please, come out of the shop, because we can't see what's going on. The headline, of course, being that Gigaram, they're winning this fight. They're getting yet another kill. The Camille barely escaping, but honestly on ARAM, barely escaping can actually be worse than getting caught.
I'm so glad we saw the 10-second close-up of how much the Fiendish Codex costs and how much ability
We
it is
know.
to give. Sorry, I'm just messing. I'm just joking. But yes, definitely Gigaram. I mean, we said this before. It's them fighting to stay alive. And as much as I applaud their effort. As much as I want an underdog to advance here, as much as I want this Malphite to actually connect and do loads of damage here, it is still on the backdrop of totally asleep because they might actually turn this around. Snowball being used by the Mordekaiser, doing a lot of damage with the passive. The grab is no longer available, but look how tanky he is. Misfortune has that trot available. That's the Soraka being taken out as well, and Gigaram has lost 4 of their team members. It's not looking good.
I mean, that was the bullet time they were holding out for. And one thing which we haven't really talked about so much as of yet, here in the ARAM, or map at least, Howling Abyss, is how powerful it can be, not to necessarily wipe the opposing team, but just to kill off a couple of members and then continue to force fights while you've got the numbers advantage.
Yeah, and forcing fights with numbers advantage, especially in ARAM, is literally how you win it. I mean, not only on Howling Abyss and Summoner's Rift as well, but on Howling Abyss, it's even stronger because there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide most of the time. Final Spark being used, doing a lot of damage. There comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, hitting the Camille, and the Mordekaiser is so extremely low in his Death Realm, does get some healing back from it, does loads of damage with that Obliterate Q. Will the Lux be taken out? The second Q connects, and that is the kill. Is able to get out of the Essence Flux, sorry, out of the E from Lux. There is Camille still being mobile. The chains from the Morgana finishing the job. There is the binding being dodged, but surely Gigaram will not be able to defend from this. Only a very low Soraka remaining. What are you gonna do? Get obliterated by the Mordekaiser. And Gigaram, yeah, I don't want to call it just yet, but we're nearing the end of their run.
It's very, very close. Gigaram are getting the respawns back in. Final Spark doesn't do too much. But yeah, with Gigaram, they're down to the last Nexus tower, but they are starting to pick up more kills in these fights. Of course, if Totally Sleep win one more team fight, then they are through. The Gigaram, they keep on fighting. There's the smallest glimmer of hope, Exodus. But you're right, it's a very small glimmer indeed.
Waiting around for Totally Asleep to deliver the death blow to Gigaram. And while we are waiting for that, even though it's very exciting, oh, that's a Dark Binding connecting. Here is the bullet time that does so much damage. No Neo moves from the Matrix available, meaning that Gigaram is trying to blow up this Misfortune. She's actually able to escape the slam, the Everfrost, not dealing the damage to finish it off. But can you finish off the Nexus? 2-3 members from Totally Sleep at the Nexus, and with the Camille, with that Trinity Force. The Inhib has respawned. Is it enough time for them to give them leeway, to give them breathing room, to give myself breathing room in this particular fight? I think it might not be, because they have taken it down. And look at how low this Nexus is. Hookshot being used on the Soraka, who just immediately gets blown up to smithereens. Therefrom being used on the Naldus. He's stuck in there, but it's still the hookshots that connect. It is still the double kill for the Camille, and it is still Totally Asleep that has won a 3-0 and advances to the quarterfinals.
Good gosh, that doesn't feel like a 3-0 series we just saw the end of there. Totally Asleep and Gigaram. Again, these teams just tearing into each other from the very beginning of the competition. I think even if you go out 0-3 here, you can hold your head high, saying that you did absolutely everything you possibly could to get through.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see how the bracket has developed, because I'm looking towards maybe not always having 3-0s, but these 3-0s are not one-sided. Yes, there are ways we can say, okay, it was clear at a certain point how the game went, but I think with Intimidated Bots, who is knocked out, Totally Sleep, who we just saw advance, Season 11 Peakers, who got a free buy-in, the B team, who already got a 3-0. Team 300 still in the race. Spartans going strong. I think it's left to the Juice Drinkers and Showbots gang to actually finish it out. And Totally Sleep versus Gigaram. Didn't we just... Oh yeah, it's Team 300 versus ARAM right now.
All right, so let's see what we've got here. So again, we're seeing a lack of sustain for the Rama squad, but Seraphine does actually creep in for Team 300. So we've got the Chris Lau. We know that's fantastic. We've got the Seraphine. a top tier pick, and the Xerath we saw banned from before. That's a lot of long range potential for Team 300.
Yeah, with the Twisted Fate as well. I'm curious to see if it's a AP Twisted Fate or an on-hit ADTF. I think the ADTF wouldn't be a bad pickup here. Although, for the people who a little bit more Fnatic fans, and utility Twisted Fate here is actually really good because if you go RFC, get a lot of cooldown with AP in there, and are just a stunning gold card machine. That is extraordinarily powerful because you already have the damage. You already have ways of blowing up people. What you need is long range engage. What you need is utility and lockdown. With the TF, that might be all you need.
Well, the pick we haven't talked about yet because we haven't really seen it so far is the Viego. Certainly on paper, this should be an incredible pick for the Howling Abyss. You know, Reset City is the name of the game when it comes to Viego, of course, and you're always in the team fight. You could get those resets. Unfortunately, Viego, as we see here, is not the best at being your primary engage.
No, Team 300 already lost their inhibitor at 8 minutes, and this is once again looking to close. Team 300 looking to close out this game pretty soon. Crystalline Arrow going wide. Protobell being used for the Vladimir to find safety onto his fountain, but the fountain is dried up or frozen out here in Howling Abyss because it will not heal you. He gets taken out as well, and these Nexus turrets are so open and bare, and they're vulnerable to 4 Spartans who are all looking to dine in hell.
Yeah, Flaming will drop as well as the Spartans are feasting pretty mightily. We didn't talk about the Jhin, of course, as we've seen. You know, adding on super well to Team 300's ability to punish ARAM. This is less than 10 minutes into this game, and they're close to knocking down their first tower. There's the Seraphine power as well, not just healing, but crowd control as well. Nice, using the Hemo play, gets Zeko back up and fighting. They should be able to clean things up here. But like we said before, actually taking out all the members of the opposing team means they all respawn together.
Yeah, you're forcing a synchronized reset on the enemy team, which is not great. The one advantage that ARAM has is that they also had a synchronized reset because they kept dying. Sorry, that's don't want to be negative, Nelly, but it's just the case. But because you're forcing them to synchronize reset after them pushing you out so much, after them taking so much from you, an arm, a leg, and they're gonna come back with a whole other body part because it does not look like they'll be able to find a way. Oh, Crystalline Arrow alongside with the arcane shot. Yikers!
That was so filthy. I mean,
yeah.
You know, this is basically a composition by itself. Just pick. You know, you hit any of these forms of crowd control, and the other skill shot crowd control is basically automatic. There we go. There's a lockdown onto Twisted Fate, and there's nothing they can do.
No, Curtain Call, not even doing all that much, but it's not necessary. Look at how big this wave is. And look, remember, this is minute 10. You're struggling as a team to clear out these minions. Here comes the final push, and Maokai going in, getting a kill on the back of that one. And it's still 5 members alive from Team 300, but very much not the case for ARAM, because these are 5 members going down alongside of Team ARAM. It was a clean ace for 2 seconds, but I think we'll have to say goodbye and well done from ARAM, because with a 3-0 victory for Team 300, they will also be advancing into the quarterfinals.
That must be one of the swiftest executions we might even see today. 11 minutes and 13 seconds were all it took for a German team, Team 300, to smash their way through to the next round. So I think, yeah, as you said before, we are close to this first round being done. So Team 300, they are in the lower half of the bracket. And of course, we know that lower half of the bracket means that eventually you are going to run into our former tournament champions not asleep.
Yeah, not asleep is not asleep against totally asleep. Both of these have advanced. But let's take a look once again at the bracket. I think the only best of 5 that is still going on is Juice Trinkers with Showbot's gang. And just like the first one or the second one we spectated, this series is going to look like a long one because everybody else has already finished.
Okay, so yes, ultimately, that's going to be our only series which didn't go all the way to 3-0. You can certainly, as we said before, these have been a lot more competitive games than we've seen before, despite the fact that these ends up being 3-0s. Of course, as we go through the competition, these 3-0 teams will end up going up against each other. So BP Gang against Not Sleep as we go back into our only mixed series so far. So last we heard, it was one game apiece. We'll have to wait for an update to see if any games have been played between now and we last heard.
Oh, apparently we just heard from production that the match has just finished. I don't know what the end result on the back of that best of 5, or at least where we are in the best of 5, what the results are. But as you said, it's the only one that hasn't become a clean sweep. So interesting to see. Now we'll be heading into the quarterfinals after the first round of this particular tournament. But it's interesting to see how all of these games go. They are sometimes one-sided, but the poke compositions we saw before, they're not really working, are they?
Well, I mean, I think it depends. We've had games where, like in the last one, where it was absolutely devastating. But we've also had games where it's gone completely run over, and you'd have to imagine that's going to be the difference of the kind of team they're playing up against. Because with the poke, especially the long-range poke we were seeing just in that last match, we have to keep the poke at very long range, and I do believe we've actually got an update on the bracket itself. So let's go and have a look and see how things are laid out.
Now let's take a look at this bracket. It is only one more match as we thought that needs to be decided. It's the Juice Drinkers versus Showbots Gang. This can actually be 2 matches. It can still go back and forth. But besides that, everybody else has advanced into quarterfinals. And let's give a little bit of a rundown. On the top left side, it is Intimidated Bots versus Totally Asleep up against Season 11 Peakers, who we haven't seen today yet because they had a free buy-in because of a no-show from Team Saint Sue. Up against the B team, who lost against Por Favor. On the other side of the bracket, it is Team 300 up against maybe the winner from Juice Drinkers versus Showbots. And then BP Gang versus our previous tournament winners, Not Asleep.
Yes, the most cursed position, of course, was the Mamas in Paris playing against Not Asleep in the first round. The second most cursed position is knowing that you definitely have to play against our previous tournament winners in the second round. I mean, we're still prepared for an upset here, but from what we've seen so far, as good as the teams were in our previous ARAM tournament, they have just gotten better in the time between.
I don't know if there is more, how should I phrase it? Practice, experience, meta development in this particular tournament. Because let's be fair, I think let's address the elephant in the room. And Howling Abyss 5v5 is not something we see every day. It's something that's very unique. It's something that I've actually only seen at Trovo Titans here. And it is a similar meta to before, but maybe more refined. Maybe more. Some of these champions are definitely better than others. Ornn is something we talked about before. But other champions, like I think the Morgana, we saw Morgana in almost every single game. It is something that is so good. The Ashe is similar, although the Ashe, I would say, is definitely a hit or miss, just like the Crystalline Arrows in some of these games, whether or not she succeeds.
Yeah, I mean, there are some picks which we haven't seen yet, which I'd love to see coming in. Of course, we've seen a little bit of Yasuo, but that... we'll come back to that in a second, actually. I think we have got our pick and ban for our last series of the round of 16 just about to come up. So hopefully what we'll get to see in there, which I was just about to mention, was the Braum in particular as a pick that's extremely good for being able to counteract these big engage plays.
Yeah, but before that, we have something else to entertain you, the viewer. And it is, Who's That Champion? Let's see who exactly the champion is now. Okay, production. I think I know who this is.
All right,
think
so it's a
yeah.
teapot on the bottom,
Yeah.
and someone throwing a spider.
I think
some creepy
you're
crawly on the
trying
top.
to. I don't think it's a spider. I think that's bait the spider. I think it's Cassiopeia,
Ah.
but I'm not sure. It looks like a snake on the snakes on the bottom. Okay, let's see. Let's find out who is this champion.
Elise.
Okay.
What? All right. Apparently, we're just super bad. So I was right with the spider part, at least.
You
Hopefully.
actually were.
Yeah. You see, I can tell my spiders from my snooks, which is very fortunate, of course, if you are a zookeeper. So let's get across to that pick and ban that we were promised here before and see if we have snooks or if indeed we've got spooders joining us for this next game.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I really don't like spiders. I really hate them.
Really?
It's an irrational fear. Okay, I want to say dislike, but it's a fear, irrational fear of spiders. It's so bad that I hate every single. I don't know why, but there are so many games who have spider levels, or you have to go through spiders. I remember Dark Souls. Every single Dark Souls has spider levels. Why? I don't like it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. You want to have massive spiders crawling on your screen. I'm just not a fan. Okay, do anything else. Do snakes. I don't care. I don't want to have spiders on my screen. I don't like spiders. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say.
I remember that Skyrim specifically had a mod that turned its spiders into giant crabs with top hats and monocles.
That is the
folks who,
That is the first mod I downloaded. Seriously, that's the first mod I downloaded for Skyrim. I know exactly what you're talking about. I just don't like, especially when they're like cow size or when they're bigger. Spiders don't need to be bigger. Spiders are already not fun to look at when they're small. They're even worse when they're 10, 20 times as big. What's the fascination with them?
Right.
Why does everybody keep...
All
Sorry,
right, let's move on from spiders. I imagine this is causing distress, so we shouldn't do this. We do at least get to see what these folks are up to here. So it looks like they're doing a little bit of the draft over the League Messenger as well as in here. So let's see, what have we got banned so far? I think we're actually seeing some pretty good bans, and they're just getting better over the courses of these series. So Malphite taken away. The Oriana, of course, we've seen do well. And Ash from the Pick Juice Drinkers. I think that's such a defining pick for so many teams.
Yeah, definitely. The Xin Zhao as well, a champion that can go in and actually disturb solve discord between showbots. The Mundo! I was not expecting a Mundo. Now, the reason why you might pick a Mundo is because if they don't have percent damage and if they are very much dependent on one source of damage, a Mundo in ARAM, in Howling Abyss, takes a lot of time to be useful. You have the cleavers, you have some capability, but you're not really tanky, you're not really tanky enough, fast enough to make sure that you're so impactful, that you are one of those impactful champions. There are other possibilities, there are other champions you can pivot to, and especially when you're up against a Vayne, because Vayne just says, you know what, tanks will love the health, I really don't care.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a nightmare scenario when you're Dr. Mundo, who is rewarded for building magic resist. You've got the true damage of Vayne punishing you for building HP and just playing the way you want to. As it looks like we've actually got a situation here where we've got two teams trying to set up their AD carries, the two AD carries of the showbots, for success with nearly every other pick.
Yeah, and the Vi being picked, so I'm thinking about the Vi here. That's definitely I want to engage on a single target, probably the Jinx. Now with the Vi being picked, that is also the literally only thing I can do. Now she, you know, as you saw in the pick and ban, she's up against a couple of other bruisers. So Vi does pretty well against bruisers, but not against the Xin Zhao. I don't really think up against the Mundo starting from one or two items. So I'm waiting to see how impactful this Vi is going to be. Maybe I'm completely wrong, and maybe it is one of those pocket picks that you shouldn't underestimate. But I'm a little bit on the fence about her.
Well, so the pick that snuck in at the end there was the Rumble. Good old Feral Ponies Rumble from years past. So this, this is a massive pick we haven't seen as of yet that's able, much like the Ashe, to be game-defining with their ultimate.
Yeah, the equal... Oh, sorry. Almost dropped my keys.
You got equalized just then.
Yeah, I literally did. So the equalizer, when you spread it in 90 degrees angle on the Howling Abyss map, on the Howling Abyss map, it literally blocks it off completely. And that's not what you want to do. You want to make sure that the enemy runs completely or needs to run completely through your equalizer. Equalizer on this map is one of the best ultimates you can get. It does so much. It does damage. It is zone control. It does not really have a long cooldown, especially because in your runes, you don't need to go for lanes. You just go with with Ultimate Hunter, because why not? So why not? And that's just one of the things, Rumble has not been picked. I don't know why. Maybe because he's flown under the radar. But after this, other teams should realize that Rumble is an extraordinarily strong pickup in Howling Abyss 5v5 ARAM.
All right, just before we get into the next game, we're going to try and break our 0 for X record and try and find out who's that champion.
Who's
Take a
that
look.
champion?
Okay,
They're yodel-sized, aren't they?
yeah.
They got snake-ish kind of stuff going on.
I
feel
wanna
like this is a
see
skin.
I feel like this is a skin. I also want to say Lulu, but that once again might be bait. What's some other Yordle that might fit into this?
It's gonna be
oh.
Vex, maybe?
Actually, Vex might be possible. I haven't seen a lot of outlines from Vex.
It's
It is.
Just
Yes!
Oh, yes, we got it.
It's
We're
the
not
first
total
time
idiots.
for anything! Yes!
We're
oh my
not
gosh,
total
I'm so
idiots.
good at video games.
We're not totally incapable, audience, okay? We actually... And it was a new champion. So that was hard. That was not just luck. That was actually hard. We did. We did.
Well, that kind of gives us the chance to actually talk a little bit about Vex. We, certainly in various leagues and things, we've seen it actually be a very solid pick in regular, Summoner's Rift play. You're extremely reliable, and of course, if you're playing against teams with a lot of dashes, like maybe a team that's built around Yasuo, for example, she could be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, and Vex is very much is very annoying to play against. And I don't mean this as an oh no, it's annoying champion. No, it's very much her play style. Vex can also has a point and click fear that does a lot of damage in the form of her ultimate, and in Howling Abyss that's so powerful because we saw what some of these snowballs can do. Now with Vex, your ultimate is a snowball on steroids, where you also have literally a pack of, where you also have literally a pack of dynamite that you can throw in afterwards. So it's one of those champions which I would love to see being played, but I haven't seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if Katarina is kind of legendarily one of those picks you can take over the Howling Abyss on them. Vex, very, very, very similar in that regard. And of course, the extra fears she's chucking around as well. I think those would be a pretty good way to be able to deal with these kind of engage comps. It's just say, like, if you're going to try and engage, I can just get behind your initial point of contact, maybe that'd be a Malphite, and fire my abilities over them instead, and fear the entire opposing team before they can follow up on the Malphite.
We did just receive word that we are going to have a little bit of a delay before going into the game. So let's do this. Let's do two things. I will tell you a fun story about Katarina as a champion. But before that, let's see who is that champion, because I want to see production. I want to let them show off their work. They have, I know this one.
Oh.
Yeah, no way. No.
Okay,
This is one of my
so
names.
it's someone with a... This is someone with a furry tail, you can see, sticking out the side there. I'm getting teapot vibes. Okay, so they've got a smoking habit. Is it Graves?
Nope. Close, though. Close. You're born.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite champions. It's a pirate. It's the Pirates.
Pirate, huh? Misfortune.
It's Gangplank. Hack their
Ah, shucks. Did you say get my kidneys out?
Yeah, his voice sounds pretty dark.
Gosh.
Yeah. So, I promised
Yes.
story time about Katarina.
Yes,
Now,
story time.
I was doing a good friend of mine is somebody who used to be like season 4 or 5 who used to be challenger in league and now watches a lot of league but plays it less. And he told me, and we actually did research on this, the number one Katarina player in Korea is also, I don't remember the name, is also very much going to be the number one Katarina player in the world. I think he also hits rank 1 consistently. This is how he plays Katarina. So he literally doesn't farm. He stands there in lane, hits his Q, hits his daggers a couple of times to get a little bit of CS. He goes teleport ignite all the time, like no questions asked. Dark seal and pot. Because the only thing he does is wait. And if it takes him 50 minutes, that's what he'll do. He'll wait 15 minutes. Just throws out daggers, throws out Qs. And the first gank, the first play that happens on the map, you instantly teleport and you go all in. You dive 3/3 deep if you have to. You burn everything you have to try and get as many kills as you do, and then you start snowballing. So that is the kind of type Katarina players are. That is how you actually want to play Katarina. I thought, yeah, sure. No, this is literally objectively been proven to be the most effective way to play Katarina, which is, in my opinion, insane. But yes, there are play styles for those particular champions.
All right, guys, it looks like our tech issues have been resolved, and we're going to be able to bring you this next game in just a second. So hopefully we'll get to see if any of our players have taken a leaf out of our book. Have we got any new picks coming in? Of course, the Xinjiao we didn't see before, the Mundo as well. It's looking like we've got here for the Juice Drinkers, with 1 win under their belt, looking for 2 more, that it's going to be a very Jinx-centric comp.
A good little bit of frontline and protection for this Jinx. Now the Juice Drinkers are going to need it because the Showbots are so close to advancing into the quarterfinal. And I'm still on the fence. I mean, it depends on how long the game lasts and how well the Juice Drinkers are doing, because I'm still a little bit on the fence about this Mundo. He can do well, but he's going to need so much. And remember, he is still up against that Vayne.
Yes, we know that Vayne is such an incredible answer. We've already seen the Vayne go off today, even in games where they're not against a health stacking tank, which is, of course, their ideal matchup. So keep an eye out for them to be major influences. One thing I'm noticing, though, is we've got 2 teams, both with shielding supports. But for the Vayne, she's not got the HP shield, just the magic damage shield. So we'll be a little bit less safe than perhaps the Jinx will be.
Juice Drinkers being pushed under their turret, kind of what we were expecting. Now, the Rumble we talked about a little bit before. The Rumble is also one of those champions where you can deny so much, nothing new there. But with the Rumble, you actually can zone out the Jinx because you have that speed buff, you have that Flame Spitter, and especially you have that Equalizer to make sure that she is continuously protected by it. You just put it on, put it down. Oh, Xin Zhao engaging, getting the knockup, but immediately getting knocked back. There is the stun. There is the rest of the Juice Drinkers trying to engage. They get the Vayne down, but you still have the Lucian and the Lee Sin. Rumble gets snared into third range just, and that is not good news for the Juice Drinkers.
I mean, this is the thing when you've got the 2 carries there. You know, Stoli definitely did a great job when we saw him before, being the kind of the primary engage for the team. But you've got to be so careful. Anytime you take a fight near any wall or any piece of terrain, you know you're going to get stunned straight away. And beyond that, you're pretty much dead immediately.
Definitely the case. Now we're still waiting. This is... Okay. I'm going to make a small prediction here. Either this is going to drag out as a really long game, or it is going to be very one-sided, because both of these teams have some element of snowballing in there. And with that, I mean, Xin Zhao is a champion that can snowball, and then on the back of that, you have the Jinx hitching her wagon onto the Zhao train. But on the other side, you have similar stuff, the least with the Lee Sin, Lucian, and the Vayne. So either this is just a long game where both teams go, hey, you know what? We have late game. We don't need to risk anything. We just clear waves, get a kill here and there. Don't overcommit. Don't keep committing continuously. Or it's just we fight, we keep fighting.
I'll tell you what, Exodus, I will take your prediction and add one of my own, which is that we'll get the first major sign of whether it's going to be one way or the other once level 6 comes in. We already talked about the Equalizer. That's a massive ultimate, but you know, the worst case scenario with the Equalizer is oftentimes that it does nothing at all. And Showbots, they've got to be aware that if they can play around that, the Juice Drinkers lose a ton of their team fight power.
That's definitely the case. The team fight power from Juice Drinkers lies... the ultimate power from Juice Drinkers definitely lies in that Equalizer and then maybe even the Ludo ult. Besides that, the Mundo ult, especially on level 1 and 2, not that impactful. 25% healing is not something that will save you in this early game. But on the side from Showbots, they don't really... They're useful, but they don't really need ultimates to fight as well. So it is something that they can go, hey, level 6, if Juice Drinkers, their two impactful ultimates, Wild Growth and Equalizer, aren't really being used impactfully, then Showbot goes, okay, cool, our time to take it over.
Well, there we go. There's a Realm Warp coming in. Looks like it was the old fakeroo there for the Showbots, trying to give the Juice Drinkers a little heart attack. But what I like here for Juice Drinkers, as much as we've been worried about Mundo as a frontline, his passive ability to shrug off crowd control means he is pretty uniquely suited for going up against this Morgana and not just getting locked down and deleted instantly.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the case. It's actually quite a slow game, not something we were expecting. Level 6 being committed, but no commitment from both of these teams just yet. Now there is actually when becomes Lightning hit on the Vayne, but Juice Drinkers do not want to engage.
I think that's right. It's because of the potential power we've got at stake here that both of these teams are holding their cards close to their chest. They want to make sure they get the fight they're looking for, and if that's not happening right now, they are seemingly happy to wait. Catch on to Monday.
Yeah, and sorry, I was just thinking about what are we waiting for? Like, both of these teams kind of might do it slow, but it's the waiting game. There's nothing more left to say. And while we are waiting, okay, Pete, tell me your favorite musical. I don't do segues,
my gosh.
by the way. I don't do segues.
Apparently not. Oh my gosh.
Sorry. I just don't do them. I don't like segues. It's just, let's get in there.
We don't like segues, don't like followable conversations at all.
No coherent conversations with Exodus.
Honestly, it's deeply overrated. I think for me, it would have to be my fabulous puppet friends of Avenue Q. Definitely not a musical for everyone, but a tremendous one nonetheless.
Okay.
How about you, Exodus?
No idea. I've only seen, I think, one or two. Yeah, seriously, I've only seen one or two musicals in my life. So for me, it's very much a. So what do you recommend? What can I recommend?
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely not suitable for anyone but adults. But Avenue Q is tremendous fun. That's a puppet-based one, which I got to perform myself. I definitely recommend it if anyone ever gets a chance. Try out puppetry. It's really fun. There's Rocket coming in. So we have the beginnings of maybe something for the Juice Drinkers coming together. We'll have to ask them afterwards what their favorite musical is. It seems the Dance Macabre is on their minds as they come charging in. Lucian and get caught by the Cleaver. The Juice Drinkers, they might have enough momentum to topple this tower.
Yeah, kind of what we expected. Good. Oh, and actually Zhao goes in as well. Snowball connects, but he's solo. The Wild Growth might actually do the tricks. Zhao survives, and the first sword goes down. Yeah, that's what we said. well-executed equalizer returns into transitions into a well-executed team fight, transitions into Juice Drinkers actually doing quite well here. Now they're dying here, but I imagine actually with the dead timers being that high that they might lose this tier 1 turret. 4 seconds on Jinx, and I don't know if you have the protection up once again, because remember that in Howling Abyss, no they don't, you only have that movement speed when you respawn, I think in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yes, and that's to make sure the early game goes through quick as Jinx locks down that first kill, knocked away and deleted. That's the reset power of the Juice Drinkers, clipped severely. The Vayne on the left-hand side of the screen is still up and fighting though, and we know that as long as Vayne stands, the team fight lies in peril. Equalizer will stop the Showbots from retreating, but it doesn't seem like they care to retreat anyway.
No, and they did just lose 2 team members. This third is under some pressure. Right now with Illusion still being full HP, the Super Mega Death Rocket connects, but doesn't really do all that much for the Juice Drinkers. And that's again an ultimate being burnt. Only the Mundo will have his ultimate up in a couple of seconds. Wild Growth coming back from cooldown after that one. But look at this beautiful engage here. Whoa. And that's the Juice Drinkers picking up 1, 2, 3, 4 kills. Meaning that they might push into Showbots and they might be looking to equalize the scoreline if they can do this, if they can continue this pattern.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So we haven't seen any of the Vayne going off in quite the same levels of ludicrousness as before. Of course, we know that from previous experience, Rise will eventually become a huge damage threat as well, but right now, they are staying well back. It seems like the Showbots are willing to concede this inhibitor tower, but not the inhibitor itself.
No, and the inhibitors being spared is actually quite bad for the Juice Drinkers, because right now it's once again that ebb and flow I keep talking about. So they still have their health bars up, but level 10 not being hit. Showbots wanting to not give them time, not wanting to give them breathing room, I should rather say. And Rumble respawning with his equalizer up, and that's important because look what the Juice Drinker has done. Juice Drinkers have done. So Showbots was trying to look for me engaged, look for maybe a fight. They didn't find it. They didn't find it, and right now the Morgana is being taken down. This means that the Juice Drinkers can actually go and look for yet another team fight.
Yeah, that means Vayne is down to minimal health. If we can get the Super Mega Death Rocket off, that would be a kill with the execute damage. Lee Sin going in for the Showbots. Looks like they're going to try and turn this fight all the way back around once again. But the carries are gone for the Showbots, and that means the fight is pretty much done. Only Lucian is left up, just avoiding getting a cleaver to the face, but they cannot save the inhibitor. There we go, the Wind Lightning from Juice Drinkers. It seems like we're on the path to an equalizer, and perhaps our only 5-game series of the opening round.
Yeah, and this will actually be quite impactful. Let's see what's going to happen here, because the Juice Drinkers can push on these next turrets quite aggressively, taking down the Mundo. I think the same will be said for the Xin Zhao. But after that, oh, look at the healing from Xin Zhao's Gore Drinker. That's just too much. After that one, I don't think they have time to push another inhibitor. Super Mega Death Rocket is on its way. Will do a little bit of damage, but with the Juice Drinkers, they're actually fine with these executes. They're fine with these resets.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of gold floating around. Showbots, they will be able to continue to push up. They've got still the inhibitor tower to knock over of the Juice Drinkers. Nice catch there onto the Rumble. The equalizer comes out. And there we go, the Showbots are forced to retreat along the equalizer, which means their health bars are disappearing. The Jinx is going off here, looking for another reset if they can. Kick back into the squad, looking for the deletion. The Showbots desperately need to keep themselves alive, but there is the push through the Juice Drinkers. They may have done it.
It was a beautiful insect, but it was too little too late for the Showbots. And the Juice Drinkers, as we said before, are looking to equalize the scoreline in this best of 5. And I don't think the Showbots will have time. 2 seconds on the Vayne, but the last Nexus turret is falling, is going rather low. There's when becomes lightning. Super Mega Death Rocket gets the kill in the end. And with the Nexus being taken down, the Juice Drinkers have done it, and they are definitely still in the race.
Wow, what a game and what a comeback there from the Juice Drinkers. We definitely did not expect to see this go to 5 games. This makes it all the greater of a tragedy that we're going to be dropping one of these teams once this series is done.
Yeah, definitely. One of these teams will be dropped, and this is one of the few teams, this is the only team in the round of 16 where there is contention for each other. This game went sour for the sorry, not for the Juice Drinkers, but for I think it's a little bit of a brain fart there because I forgot the other team we just watched. It went sour for them really quick. So immediately when that first turret fell, after that first team fight was won, the Juice Drinkers they kept the steam and they kept steam rolling, and that's the power in this Howling Abyss. You push in, and you can go for a reset, but the other team cannot get structures down because they have to walk so far over early game, and you do not have the time to do that.
Yeah, so Showbots and Juice Drinkers, I was checking my information to be sure of this, but I think, yes, I can confirm this would be, I believe at least, the only game so far in ARAM or on the Howling Abyss in both tournaments so far to go to game number 5. So we have 2 incredibly well-matched teams coming into this last game. Again, only one of them gets to proceed. All of our teams here leaving with at least 50 euros, even if we come in very last place. And actually, let's kind of have a quick look and see, again, for anyone who's coming into the stream late, how the bracket is progressing.
Yeah, that is all. As the people who are just joining, all of the best of 5s have been concluded with 3 O's. Besides the Juice Drinkers and the Showbots, that is still being fought over. We just saw the Juice Drinkers win against the Showbots, meaning we go for a 2-2. And I don't know if the rest of the quarterfinals are being played simultaneously or if they're waiting for this particular match to finish. We'll give you more information on that later on. But it definitely means that it's very interesting. Yeah, I think you're completely right, because if I remember correctly, it is in the previous tournament, in the round of 16, every other team also went 3-0.
So it's extremely impressive, and it speaks to both of these teams, both the Juice Drinkers and the Showbots, being teams who are capable of going much, much further. There's, of course, always the caveat that a team could potentially be tired out by actually having to go the distance in the opening series, but hopefully, whichever team wins out here will be able to make further progress through the competition.
Yeah, it's just waiting to see, because if I'm correct, the quarterfinals are being put on hold on up until this particular best of 5 is being played out as well. So that is interesting to see, because I really want to see one of these teams advance, and it'd be great. It'd be great to see how it goes. And I'm kind of out of talking points at this point. The only thing that's left to say is play the game. You got to do what you got to do.
Well, while we're waiting for this 5th and final game of the round of 16 to come together, do be aware, if any of you folks watching here today are Brawl Stars player, starting on November 6th, the 3v3 Brawl Stars competition will be kicking off. It'll be absolutely fantastic games to play. Very, very different from a lot of the ARAM kind of game roads, League of Legends, but also a very strategic game in itself. And I believe we have got our final round of 16 pick and ban ready.
Yeah, let's jump right into this pick and ban and actually see what is going on. Besides the lobby, I think we're going into pro pick. Yeah, the pro draft. Sorry, there we go. The Twitch being banned out. We've already seen today what a good and what a fat Twitch player on Howling Abyss can do. Don't think just because it's one lane, then a Twitch can't sneak around you.
And I think it's telling here with Twitch, Ash and Jinx all banned away. We're definitely getting a very AD carry centric meta developing here in the competition. Even in this first round, the teams are devoting half of their picks or half of their bans to making sure that they don't get run over.
No, definitely not. The Ziggs also, as you said, being banned. And now the Lulu being first locked in by the Juice Drinkers. Lulu champion we haven't really talked about so far. I know a lot of people really dislike Lulu because she is so impactful. She have the wild growth. You especially against compared with an AD carry, she's just the ultimate steroid for a particular high risk, high reward AD carry because it gives you protection, it gives you extra damage, it gives you even more protection with shielding, it gives you CC with the wild growth, it gives you CC for some against somebody who's trying to engage onto you, and all that is even amplified in Howling because as we told you numerous times, everything is more telegraphed on this map.
And if we're talking about abilities that can be telegraphed, Fiddlesticks, we saw banned out before, will be coming in for the Showbots here. That Crow Storm, ridiculously good, if and only if you can set up for it properly.
Yeah, the Fiddlesticks lock in. I don't know how this is going to go. This is very high. This is very much a coin flip, the Fiddlesticks, because either look, it works or it doesn't work. I know it's not the most intelligent phrase to say, but it is the truth. It's the Fiddlestick
Feast or famine.
Yeah, it's more than feast or famine. It's just either they forget about it and you do a very clean ultimate where you kind of win the game, or you don't. They compared with the Jenna, I don't know if the Jenna is just a way to take it away against the Fiddlesticks, or is just because we compare it with the Fiddlesticks and there is some synergy in there because her ultimate brings crowd control, her W. Sorry, not her W, her Q with this tornado also gives you a form of CC where you can pair the Fiddlesticks ultimate with the Crow Storm, but still that's yeah, I'm looking at Showbots and I'm seeing if these ultimates don't connect the way they should, where's the damage coming from? Where's the engage coming from?
I mean, we've got very similar picks for the Juice Drinkers and Showbots early on. We've got a shielding support, we've got a big AoE damage dealer, the difference coming between the Jarvan and the Ezreal coming in, as we're seeing some more tanks banned away. Two big engage heavy hitters banned, one of them banned from both sides.
Yep, the engages, once again, the Jarvan is also one of these engages that is going to be very impactful, and you might be able to jump on something like an Ezreal. Now, Ezreal is more mobile and is not the same as a Twitch. When we saw this particular, the last game when we saw Jarvan was against Twitch, who was a menace, was a thorn in his side. For Ezreal, a little bit of a different story.
You're gonna have to try and peck away at the Juice Drinkers, as we have another shielding support banned away. The Juice Drinkers don't want to have to deal with Morgana, so presumably the second half of their draft is going to be pretty explosive.
Last ban for the Showbots is going to be what exactly, we don't know yet. Yeah, the Morgana. I want to say still 100% pick and ban. Obviously, I'm not sure. Obviously, I don't have all the stats. But it is... Right now, I'd say she's just so good in this game, which is just so good at providing everything you need and providing utility. Also, because you can build full AP, you don't really need... You have a passive gold generation. Your Dark Bindings and your Ws do actually do a lot of damage. So the Karma is something we mentioned a couple of times, but we didn't see all that much from. It is also one of those jack of all trades champions. Fizz, we haven't seen yet.
No, and we know that Fizz can be massively, massively explosive. Having the ability to just go from fight to fight. I mean, personally speaking, I'm pretty terrible at Fizz, and there have even been some games I've been able to take them over because he's so ridiculous. But he's not going to be the only assassin part of this, as we get a very aggressive choice there. The Pantheon sneaking in at the last second to join the Fizz means there's huge power to go for instant deletion.
Okay, so let me do a small little movie recaps here. You have a Fizz, a Pantheon, a Janna, Ezreal and a Fiddlesticks on your team comp. Meaning,
Yes.
if your ultimates are up and they don't see them coming, which if you're the enemy team, you always, like, that's the only thing you do, like, let them waste their ults. In that case, you can win. Like, you have ways of engaging, you have so impactful ultimates. But if these are down, there is very little in your kit besides maybe the Ezreal and a little bit of Fizz in there. Besides that, your team composition is extraordinarily weak. So if you don't win after all of your ultimates are being burned, you just straight up lose the team fight. Like, no questions asked. Maybe the Pantheon, like the Pantheon and Ezreal, are a little bit of an exception to that rule, but I would say it's still, the picture still fits.
Yeah, and something, we've got to kind of figure out, really, is the Fiddlesticks of being, the big unknown factor here that, as you said, if you can get the ultimate through the Crow Storm when he wants to, you are absolutely laughing, but we've seen teams get really run over, and I have to imagine that Fiddlesticks, having to charge up their ultimate to be able to use it, if you're trying to do that on the back foot, it feels like you might not even be able to use your ultimate at all.
No, no, I agree. It's something where with the Fiddlesticks, if also remember that if you're playing aggressive with Fiddlesticks, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're pushing them under their Nexus turrets and all? Like, you can ult and they're not gonna see it coming. You can ult on their turrets and they're just gonna walk away. And then in 10 seconds, like after your ult is done, 5 seconds later, they go, okay, cool. Now we just play the same game again. The same goes with some of these other champions like the Janna Pantheon. Very strong early, but late game he will fall off. And it is going to be a guessing game whether or not this particular very out there team composition will succeed. Now, Counterfeit, I heard we have another guessing game as well.
See, that time you did the segue. Beautiful. All right. It's someone with a giant sword or maybe an electric guitar.
Yeah, it's it could be an electric guitar. Oh, I kind of want to say Samira, but I don't know if her sword is that big. Also, the kind of pointy things behind her.
Yeah, that's a little Ionian.
Yeah, Ionian, maybe even Karma or Aurelia. I think even Aurelia might be a little bit taller.
I'm thinking maybe Master Yi, but it doesn't really fit.
My blade.
Oh, okay. Apparently it does. I didn't realize he had a skin with the little bits up on the side.
How wide is his blade? Like, how wide is that blade? It's almost... I know it's not... I mean, it's a video game. It's not super representative, but it's... You can literally... You can put an entire menu, a 4-star menu on there and just roll it out as like, oh, here it is. It's just all on my blade, all on my sword.
All right, so we're doing so well. Hopefully that last one counts since we guessed it literally the last possible second. But I believe we're going to have a little bit of a longer wait before we get into our final game. Let's go and try and guess another champion. Oh my lord.
Boy.
What is this? A pile of rubbish with a leg and an arm?
This is a monstrosity. I don't know who... Okay, I have no idea. Something that buries?
Like could be... Is it Braum, maybe? There's kind of a shieldy shape.
Yeah, maybe mid-jump or
something. The leg is a little too far out. I don't know.
That's a very weird...
The leg on the right-hand side is...
It's Chase.
Oh! I would have never guessed that. What is going on here? They're choosing some skins that have some super weird poses in their splash art, and I won't stand for it.
No, that is definitely like masterclass yoga there. The fact that so you're holding your arm. So let me get it straight, okay? Because you're holding your arm in a 90-degree angle and then dishing it out and then having your shoulder also at a 90-degree angle. And at the same time, you have your leg doing the same thing while you're slamming down. And that's not how human anatomy works, I'm guessing. Or either that's how my lazy human anatomy works.
I mean, to be fair, if you go back in a way, there were some pretty suspect pictures in the early days of League of Legends. You remember Tryndamere and his baby arm, which was always a classic. I really hope that the production don't dig that one out, because that's truly a horrifying picture beyond all sense of words.
There is, I think it's Fandrel. I'm not particularly sure, but there's a great YouTube channel who does some of these animations from games really on slow motion and depth. And one of the funniest ones is Darius's pull, because Darius, the idea is, and he has his X, he kind of sticks it out, and then he pulls you in. Now, if you look at it in close up, and if you look at it in slow way, what is actually happening with his model is he's kind of doing a sort of baseball warm-up where he literally throws his arm out like a maniac. His arm goes, he goes full Mr. Fantastic, and his arm grows in length 4 times. At the same time, all of his tendons and loins, all of his tendons and all of his bones instantly evaporate, and his arm just reaches into the next dimension and then pulls you back. It is hilarious to watch in slow motion. But anyway, that being said, yes, some of these animations definitely don't want to watch. If you don't want to break your immersion, don't watch them too closely.
Yes, one of my favorite things to do when I'm, whenever I'm bored on a particular day, is there is a website where you can go and actually view the model animations and see just how weird they are, because of course they're intended to be seen from above, so you can get away with a lot of things that front on look completely ridiculous. And you mentioned, of course, as well, the size of the swords and things. Of course, we've talked to folks before who've had inside knowledge about this, being that the weapons oftentimes will be bizarrely proportioned because they have to look like the weapon from above. Whereas if you look on a sword from above, you're basically just looking at a line.
Yeah, I think there's somebody who actually, I don't remember what YouTube channel it is. Might be Digital Foundry or whatever. And they made they're blacksmiths, and they do game weapons in real life. So they make some, and they made a Darius X, which is huge. It is massive. It is
wow.
Think of a massive X and then triple that, and then you might come close to what they made. They also said to do this, we needed to have so much. There is no way. Not even I think they invited. I think triple time winner of the strongest man, which is a competition to see who is the strongest man on Earth, and it was won a couple of times by the guy who played the Mountain in Game of Thrones. He is almost unable to lift it, and he literally lifts like partially lifts scars. So it gives you an idea of how massive this X should be if you would make it out of any kind of sensible material.
Fantastic. Hopefully one day we'll get to try that ourselves. But we have got from impressive feats of strength to impressive feats of mental agility. We're going to find out who's that champion once more.
Who's that champion?
Oh, okay. This is a very knifey vibe.
This is interesting because I feel like we just talked about this.
Did we?
I think we just did. Yeah.
So it's a kind of a skinny figure, 2 knives. Maybe they're hiding some extra cutlery.
Yeah, maybe some big spoons behind her. We don't know. Maybe some
oh my gosh! Is it a giant spoon holding 2 knives? I hope so. No, it's Katarina. Oh.
But look, this is exactly what we meant, by the way. Look at those daggers. Those are daggers. If you ever held a dagger, or just go to your kitchen and get out a knife or something, and then triple that, and then make it 5 times as wide and 6 times as long, you get close to what Katarina's dagger. But yeah, that's the beauty. That's a little bit of I think they call it movie magic, but it's game magic here, I would say. I think I'm thinking of like what are other good examples for that, where in maybe the League or maybe in other very popular games where you don't really realize it because you're so used to it from a particular perspective.
I guess it's particularly noticeable with League of Legends being an isometric game, or looking down from above. I mean, with first-person shooter games, you are spending a lot of time looking at people in a realistic point of view, so you can't get away with that anywhere near as much. But yeah, I mean, RTS games, as much as those really exist anymore, they're uniquely positioned to be weird as new information. Did you know, Exodus? Did you know that
Did I
Swain's
know?
bird is called Beatrice?
Yes.
These are the
Yes.
kind of in-depth things.
The
I try to
in-depth
remember.
thing. Oh, actually, this
So-
number is interesting. Okay, so this one is a little bit outdated, but the reason I know this is, and this is obviously not production's fault, but I just read an article today that across all platforms, Riot has reached 180 active, 180 million active users, which is bonkers, which is actually quite insane. So that's food for thought, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly very encouraging. You know, every other week you'll see the lol dead game comments around the place. With League of Legends, it's astonishing at the longevity that League of Legends has managed to accomplish, and especially as well with Wild Rift, you know, Teamfight Tactics, and I believe, you know, Legends of Runeterra as well. I believe that 180 million covers all of those. So hopefully League of Legends will continue to be around for a very long time, and we'll get to have other tournaments with different game modes, as we are being told that the long wait is over. The only match in both ARAM tournaments so far to go to game number 5 is about to begin.
It's not only about to begin, it has already begun, and immediately you have a first blood. Ooh, and this is kind of what we're talking about. Fiddlesticks is just taken out, and remember, we said this team needs to have ultimate synergy, but the show bots, they don't even have the ultimates up yet. Luckily, they have the Azrael and the Pantheon, but if they're just on cooldown, if they're cut out or just dead, I don't see them winning a fight. Now, prove me wrong, show bots, but I'm not hopeful.
No, it's not a great start for them, is it? Of course, you know, we know that brush control is going to be tremendously important in this game, primarily because of Fiddlesticks. You said, you know, if you see that ultimate coming, it's never going to land. But any brush which you don't have vision of is one where Fiddlesticks could potentially be prepping that Crow Storm at any moment.
Yeah, and prepping the Chrome Storm. There are ways, obviously, of avoiding that. I would say Zhonya's. Let me take a look at how many people can actually build Zhonya's. Not all that many. Actually, maybe only the Rumble alongside of the Juice Drinkers, but you do have the Featherstorm from Azaya is already quite low and needs to be careful from some of the spears. So you have a Featherstorm that gives you some protection against the ultimate one combo. You also have a Wild Growth, and you have a Karma Empowered E, which not only gives you a shield, but also gives you the movement speed to get out of dodge real quick.
So checking around on what we've got set up here. So again, we're not big on the ability to last things out here, but we have got, as we see, the Showbots going in for the big plays. Solly going to be leading the charge. The Rumble charging in and putting an absolute ton of damage down. Juice Drinkers, they were the ones engaged on, but they turned the play massively.
Yeah, they can really turn that one around. They lost to Zaya, but I think they're quite happy beyond that. Level 6 not being hit just yet, so they can shove in this wave and even get level 6 quicker. Once again, it is a Rumble alongside of Juice Drinkers, and we did see how impactful that particular pick and especially that particular ultimate can be. And don't forget, Rumble is very much an ultimate of denial, and that is exactly what you want against Showbot's Wombo combo.
At least with the health relics on the field, some of the sustained difference will be neutralized here. So, of course, territory control will be another important thing. We've mentioned it before, the Showbots, they need to get territory control themselves to make sure they don't get jumped on by Fiddlesticks. But also, if you're able to drive the fight all the way up to the enemy turret, you can start taking 2 health relics while denying the other team any.
Yeah, control of the health relics, especially early on, is really impactful. Getting a little bit of extra healing. I think it's even in Howling Abyss. It is there's a fixed amount of healing. It's not either of the two. So meaning it is not a fixed amount of healing or it's not purely percent healing. I think it's a fixed amount of healing with a little bit of percent healing on top of that. So the health relics stay relevant or stay relevant into mid to late game. But getting them early on, meaning that they're actually more impactful, meaning that as you can see here, you continuously heal up, you continuously are good, very good in resources. So meaning you can just push your advantage. Now, as we know, look what you're not seeing. Where is Fiddlesticks? Fiddlesticks is level 6. So this is also where you do not want to be. You want to shove in this wave as much as possible. You do not want to be in situations like where the juice drinkers are now, where you don't know where Fiddlesticks is and you need to push up knowing you can push you potentially get Crow Storm down.
Yeah, and of course, just like last time round, there was the Crow Storm coming in. It lands perfectly. The Pantheon follow up as they Skyfall in, and the Showboats gang. Yeah, we knew, and the Juice Drinkers knew exactly what was coming, but they still weren't able to deny it.
No, there is Equalizer being used to deny them push onto the turret just to clear the wave, which is not great for the Juice Drinkers. Now, do remember what we said before. The juice drinkers, they are very dependent on these ultimates. Now, the showbots are very dependent on these ultimates, I should rather say. And the juice drinkers now know that these ultimates are on cooldown. So this is actually their opportunity to go for their own engage and their own use of their ultimates.
Yeah, it does feel bad that the Rumble Equalizer was time to be used there for wave clear. Because as you said, this is a massive opportunity to get that Cataclysm into multi-ability fight. Fiddlesticks coming out to say hello. But for the time being, the Juice Drinkers, they're holding back a little bit. The Lulu has taken a lot of damage in these last trades, so it's going to be playing a little bit more conservatively. But with the Wild Growth still available, and now we've got the Karma being able to use her empowered abilities as well, we're now just waiting for the Rumble and the Xayah to come back fully online.
Also, something the juice drinkers should be aware of, or something they should be actively trying to do, is trying to deny Fiddlesticks healing from his W. So you can see all of the time Fiddlesticks takes some damage and then he goes, kind of catches a waves, uses W and heals back up a bit. That is something you want to deny as much as possible because you want to be in a spot where if Fiddlesticks, when you're playing up against him, you want him to be in a spot where if he ults you can kind of burst him, or there is a possibility at least that he gets bursted. And the fact there is that possibility, he needs to pick his ultimates even more carefully. He can't use them as leisurely as he would like to.
No, I think that's absolutely right, but there's the ult coming in once more. The combo crowd control follow-up slowly goes in under the tower, but immediately dies. The Equalizer being used in response to the engage from the Showbots was a little too late out to make a difference.
This is actually quite interesting that we see the perspective from Stoya, because now we see that he's already opting towards maybe buying a very early on QSS. And once again, we saw that there, the healing from a Fiddlesticks. You want to deny that. And with the early QSSs, you're denying so much of the fear, so much of the CC, which is exactly what is winning these team fights now. Rumble up against the Pantheon, trying to see if they can get that execute off. And remember, it's Pantheon very strong in these early fights. Maybe even gets a little final spear in there, not really connecting. And with the flag and drag, Flash also forcing the flash on a Jenna. The Lulu going in for the reset, smart move there. It's still anyone's game here.
And do remember, guys, this is only our first day of play. We're coming now to the end of the round of 16. One of these two teams goes forward to the next round of play, and the other one will exit out as a result of this series. We'll, of course, be covering the quarterfinals as well today, so plenty more action to go. The teams have been showing us some pretty spectacular play so far, as Fiddlesticks, this time round, seems like the Juice Drinkers are trying to deny the play. The Fizz goes forward, but again, the Drinkers disengage.
Yeah, they're definitely struggling with actually denying the healing from the Fiddlesticks. And because he's tanking that wave, you can kind of see the juice drinkers are committing very heavily, which is what they should do. But because they're not bursting him down, they're also using a lot of their cooldowns. Anti-healing is something definitely need. Oh, beautiful Crow Storm
Whoa!
finds a stun. But here are all the Wombo combos coming out right now. Equalizer doing a lot of work as well. They're the fist. Title tricks are jumping around. But it is definitely the Juice Drinkers who managed to turn that team fight after a good engage, after a very nicely put down Crow Storm.
Yeah, we saw so much good stuff from the Juice Drinkers there. The Cataclysm deals so well with the Crow Storm because it contains the pain in one small area. If Fiddlesticks can't leave, then they can't chase the team down. And the Equalizer as well. When you've got Fiddlesticks locked in the Cataclysm, you know where the rest of the Showbots are coming from, and you can turn the fight around.
Yeah, and the first turret has fallen here for the Showbots, meaning that they are having to play a little bit more defensively, which gives you ways to set up Fiddlesticks more, but also means that you have, if you don't have control over that bush from the left-hand side, you don't really have control over anything, especially when a Jarvan tries to engage here.
Equalizer is going to chew to pieces the Fiddlesticks, and this is exactly what we were talking about before. When the Showbots are aggressed onto, they can't do too much of anything. They lose the Fizz as well, and the Showbots now in danger of dropping their second tower. The Juice Drinkers haven't dropped a single one so far. Exhaust being burnt down as Gold and Underworld is being chased away from the inhibitor. The tower is almost safe. The minion will drop, and the Juice Drinkers will have to be satisfied with merely damage.
And a level 11 has been hit on most of these champions, not solely except for the Jarvan, but that shouldn't take too long. This means the Juice Drinkers, because they have the Health Relics, they can actually heal up and they can actually stall out the Showbots in advancing, meaning they might go for an execute here and there. People who need to reset can get that reset. But remember that the Showbots, they are playing with their ultimates, and the longer this game drags on, the shorter the cooldowns of those ultimates will actually be. Oh, Xayah! Beautiful outplay.
That was brutal! The Juice Drinkers see their opportunity. They're going to run down the Showbots again. Cataclysm forces out the flash. The Showbots are desperately trying to salvage the play. The Fizz does not want to commit in here because they know the Juice Drinkers have officially arrived here in Game 5 and they are building up ahead of steam.
And the steam, will it blow open the kettle or will it eventually cool out? We'll have to wait and see. But the Juice Drinkers, they definitely want to keep on going. Now they've bitten off maybe a bit more than they can chew. The Pantheon gets blown up though, and there's a Flamespear doing a lot of damage as well onto the Ezreal. He's still alive, but Silver Mardon has been purchased. I wanted to play by play that more, but I got distracted by the shot.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're bringing out all of the surprises here in this game. Again, this is an elimination game, so whichever team loses here will be knocked out of day one. Of course, again, 2 days of play over the course of this Howling Abyss competition. The deletion there from the Xayah, and I think the Showbots, they need to be aware the Xayah damage is crazy good.
Yeah, she is doing so much work. The Fiddlestick, is he actually going to be able to escape? Yes, he will, with the ultimate from the Janna and Story going in, but probably not surviving. This is not good from the Juice Drinkers, because remember, the Juice Drinkers, yes, they may have lost a couple of fights, but they had a fully full health tier 1 turret. That will no longer be the case after they lost this last fight.
Yeah, the Showbots making sure there's no thoughts of interruption. There's no equalizer on hand for the Juice Drinkers either. But their reinforcements coming in. We've got 3 ults in play for Juice Drinkers, who have to think will just sit back for a little while until the equalizer, until the Featherstorm comes back online.
Featherstorm definitely also an area of denial, because Featherstorm does so much here for the Juice Drinkers. It is a very good defensive tool for your most valuable member, meaning the Xayah. It is also something where it is bait, and the third thing, if you, for example, alt while Fiddlesticks ults, or alt was Pantheon ults, Showbots want to engage on you, and you immediately deny that with the Feather Storm, or you just blow 2 of them up early on.
Oh. Equalizer across the path of retreat for the Showbots gang means they are in major trouble. Very nice play there, which means Inhibitor as well is going to drop. And for the Juice Drinkers, they've got all of their members up and fighting. They could take a Nexus Tower.
Yeah, they might take one, and actually might take 2. Look at the dead timers: 1 second on Fiddlesticks, but 9 seconds on the rest of the team. There is the Crow Storm, but nobody is taken by surprise on this one. Good Zonias, though. That might take the Juice Drinkers by surprise, but look how low Fiddlesticks is. Still no kills have been found. Ezreal gets 2, and the Showbots, they are cleaning up now, but can't actually do more with it. The Karma flashing forward to try and get the Fiddlesticks out, but that doesn't work, and that's maybe a little bit too greedy. You didn't need to take that risk when you are the Juice Drinkers.
I mean, Juice Drinkers, they are pretty far ahead right now. They have got their inhibitors still up alive, and the death timers are generous enough that they'll have 3, maybe 4 members to try and defend against this push. So we get to see the value of making sure the fights are in the opposing team's base, because you're punished so much less when you do get killed. Seems like the Showbots are trying to execute themselves.
Yeah, sorry. I was thinking, I was having a little think about how the Showbots might turn this around, and the only I can really see it happening is if they just find a way where the Juice Drinkers go in too deep and they're completely caught off guard by all of these ultimates. But it's also the fact that you're drafting so many. If you're drafting a wombo combo team, that's also the only thing you need to be scared of. It is that wombo combo. So that's constantly in the back of your mind. And with this last Nexus turret almost falling, this might be the final fight.
Biz missing ult there is pretty bad news. The Nexus Towers are all gone for Showbots. This could be the last moments of the competition. Pantheon coming in, but getting immediately CC. Cataclysm forces out the flash. The Showbots, they've got nothing left. The Fiddlesticks is gone. As Sully manages to get out of the back of the fight, I think this could well be it. Underworld, the last one to fall. That's a definitive fight, and I believe also a pentakill.
Oh wow, finishing off the round of 16 with a pentakill. That is, we are being spoiled after the first in 2 tournaments of round of 16 where we actually go to game 5. That also means that we have finished off the round of 16. It means that we will be heading into the quarterfinals after this.
Yeah, so while we get set up for that, we will be taking a little bit of a longer break. So around 15 minutes or so. If you set your watches for them, you've got plenty of time to grab yourselves a beverage of your choice, maybe even a little snack as well, and ready yourselves, because the game...
Wow, the game will continue after that one. That is very much on cue, Counterfeit. See you guys after this 15-minute break.
Who's the champion? Rek'Sai.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing there? Holding up? Holding up well? Well, tonight, I don't know for how long. Oh, actually, I think we just have him back. I was going to start solo, but if I'm not mistaken, Counterfeit, are you here? I don't think so. Okay, so let's move on. As I think we still have some technical difficulties, some connection issues there. But let's hold that up for now. Now we just finished the round of 16 in the Trovo Titans, meaning we have 8 teams eliminated. Let's actually take a look at that bracket and see exactly who have been eliminated and who have advanced into the quarterfinals, which we will now coincidentally be spectating. Now, Johnny Batley versus Intimidated Balls went a clean 3-0, as did the other ones besides Juice Drinkers and Showbots. But Johnny Batley actually doing quite well in the previous 5v5 ARAM tournament here. Trovo Titans now not really the case. Same goes for GG ARAM and Totally Asleep 3-0 sweep as well. Season 11 Peakers, which we haven't seen yet because they got a free buy-in because of a no-show. They are up against the B team, which also won against Por Favor. At the other side of the bracket, it is Team 300. The Spartans are up against the Juice Drinkers, who actually did a very long series up against the Showboats. For people who are just joining, we came from the back of that one just before we headed into the break. Now, our 2 final contestants who advanced were BP Gang and Not Asleep, who won respectively against B and Marmas in Paris. That means that we have our 8 quarterfinalists, and also means that we might see another best of 5 going to 5 games. Some of these teams are definitely edge to edge, and some of these teams there is a clear class disparity between them. Now, when we're heading into semifinals, all of that actually goes out the window, and we have to start it all over again. And we have to look again at how these teams compare to each other.
Hi, Exodus. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. You're a little bit quiet on my end. I don't know if it is because of my setup, but let's take a quick look. Can you do a little sound check?
All right, let's see. Hello. I do apologize, everyone. I'll just try and bump my volume up a little bit more. I'm really excited to be getting into the quarterfinal stages. Our games so far have been spectacular. I can only hope they get better from here.
Exactly. I think that means that I can hear you a lot better now. So the sound check is continued. Could also have been a sound Russian. Wow, that's a really bad joke. But let's go into our pick and man, our first pick and man of the quarterfinals. Let's actually see how this actually has advanced, because as you can see, only 8 teams remaining in 24 hours, in a little bit over 24 hours, I want to say. That will be cut down to 1, but at the end of this evening, this will be cut down to 4 teams. Now we are jumping straight into Intimidated Bots versus Totally Asleep. And besides Juice Drinkers, all of these teams have not lost a single game yet.
Yeah, that's just about to change. We're seeing here a pretty solid setup from the bots. They looks like they're going for something of a combo play. Looks like the setup for the Misfortune is the Malphite and maybe the Lissandra as well. Whereas on the Totally Asleep side, looks like they want to mix things up in close range.
Yeah, especially with the Leona Yasuo Riven combo. That is something we have seen before from Totally Sleep, and has worked out wonders for them. Now, intermediate bots has opted to go for a little bit more sustain. They have the Seraphine. Yeah, I know. Do you think certainly there must be somebody who's called Timmy or something, or Tim, and they just went, let's just call it intimidated. Yeah. Because this is...
I can only assume they've got a team captain called Tim, who is a very scary person.
I am... Okay, so I am very dyslexic, but this... The way this is spelled is just all sorts of wrong. All kinds of wrong, because it's gotten to a point where... Are they intimidated? Are they intermediate? Are they something else entirely? I have no clue. All I know is they picked an Olaf, which is very interesting because, yes, Olaf might do well against some of these other champions you want to engage onto you. Also, take in mind that Olaf is a little bit more of a niche pick, or as some of my friends would call them, they call, especially in ARAM, they call him the Ooga Booga champ because you need to run and smash.
I mean, well, certainly one thing the Olaf pick is going to do very well is deny the Morgana and Lux crowd control. I mean, Leona as well. Yeah. There's a lot of crowd control there from Totally Asleep, and Ragnarok means you can just get around the team fight however you like.
And we're immediately jumping into the first game. Actually, they might go for some very early game shenanigans here. Now, do remember that they are intimidated bots. They have the Seraphine and the Misfortune alongside the Lysandra combo. So they have a good synergy with their ultimates, but they also have good synergy when it comes to sustain and when it actually comes to an all well-rounded team composition. They can do a lot in that team comp.
So all of our teams who've made it to the round of 8 or quarterfinals, as they are sometimes otherwise known, have doubled their money from 50 to 100 euros for joining in. They will double it again if they can make it through to the competition tomorrow, where they'll start fighting for the really serious money, including first place, 900 euros, and of course, the respect of your peers.
Oh yeah, that is immeasurable, I would say, the respect of your peers. Now, what is measurable is a health bar from this Malphite, who is actually going quite low, and the first blood is going to Totally Asleep. See, I can actually do segues.
It's ingenious. Totally Asleep look like they've got their battle plan laid out pretty well. The Olaf, of course, while they can shrug off crowd control once they hit level 6, they are going to struggle a little bit when it comes to just raw damage.
Yeah, and one of the advantages they have with the Olaf is, or I should say disadvantages, Olaf is very good when it comes to other bruisers who take quite a while, who just want to stick onto you, like a Riven, for example, but take quite a while to take you down. The thing is, Yasuo and Riven have such a high damage output potential that, and especially with Riven having an execute in the form of an ultimate, I think it might not always be that easy for Olaf to actually do these, actually stick in these melee fights and be alive in these melee fights for a long period of time.
And we see there, they're certainly getting punished right now, trying to weaken them for when that Ragnarok comes online. 2 kills apiece so far, as the Snowball is seeing a lot of use here. Double kill, somehow, for the Malphite. Means the Intimidate bots might get a chance to put some tower down.
Do you want to know a little trick if you ever play Olaf in ARAM? So, so Olaf's W, it gives you more attack speed. Oh, it also makes you apparently a little bit more accurate with those undertows. But Olaf's W, it gives you more attack speed, it gives you lifesteal, but it also increases healing on you from all sources. Sure. Also meaning health relics. So just before you pick a health relic, press W and you actually get more healing from that one. That's something a lot of people don't know. So that is just a little tip for all of you Olaf ARAM players.
And you can see there, that would be a huge chunk of health back, especially with those relics providing bonus health if you are low. So you can see an Olaf come back into the fight looking pretty healthy. I mean, right now, we can see from Intimidate bots, the Olaf is kind of functionally providing the front line as Lysandra goes in, drops on the ult on herself. but we have got Nami with the chains there. Nice use of the stasis. The bullet time across the fight is devastating. Triple kill.
Yeah, and something we haven't really talked about is this Lissandra. Lissandra very much it's a champion I think feels weak, but I mean, she has been played in Worlds a couple of times, so yes, I was mistaken on that, but it's just that I generally don't like playing her myself. Now, one of the advantages Lissandra does have is she brings out damage potential, and her ultimate is really a lockdown effect, which is good when you have actually three-time champions from Totally Asleep who just want to run into you. The Lissandra is a denial button. It is also a go button when she can engage, as you just saw there. And don't forget, her thralls on Howling Abyss are extraordinarily powerful. It's something you need to be aware of all the time when one of those fights continues, because those trolls do massive amounts of damage.
And normally you'd be able to get away from them, but you're right, the close quarters makes it incredibly dangerous. It's almost a reset mechanic if you can get several of them going in one fight. But there's already so many bodies compressed into a small space. How to navigate around your teammates who've now turned on you as well. It's just an extra layer of confusion. We are now past the level 6 state for everyone at least. So we're looking for, of course, those big Malphite engages. As that's a bold play forward, backed up by the Black Shield. Looks like we might see Lissandra going into the midst of 3 again. The bullet time is cancelled out early though.
Yeah, and with the Ragnarok and people trying to commit so much on this level 7 Olaf, that is definitely a misplay from Totally Asleep. You do not want to commit that hard on a champion that that is so strong early on and that can completely deny all forms of crowd control. First turret being taken up by intimidated bots. And it does feel like they can keep on going. Now look at how deep this Olaf is actually trying to take down. The backline from Totally Asleep actually succeeding, taking down the Lux and still, I was going to say still surviving, but just killed by the SO.
Yeah, those narrow kills can still be pretty punishing if there's no way for the other side to be able to build back up. Sunfire Aegis coming in, so that will provide some damage over time while the brawling continues off screen. Of course, with the enhanced income we've mentioned a few times already here on the Howling Abyss, you definitely are more encouraged to stick back in base and take advantage of your opportunity to actually make the buys while you can.
Still, Intimidated Bots has a very healthy turret, immediately clearing the wave. And Totally Asleep, they need to... Oh, actually, I was going to say they need to find a way to pick someone off, but with Lissandra already being that low, she still has some healing with Health Relics and maybe Ultimate. And of course the Seraphine, because I think now you'll see the real advantage of the Seraphine. She will, as soon as she has a couple of items, or as soon as she has a couple of components for an item, she's able to sustain your team through almost anything.
You can see there the burst, heal and shield of the Seraphine. It's so ridiculously powerful when you put it in the center, very much like a Sona in that respect, that, you know, if you're totally asleep, you have to be super aware of when we can see Seraphine just deny all of your damage at the same time.
Definitely the case. Now Totally Asleep still... You can see they're looking for something, and Intimidated Bots, they are actually getting poked out quite heavily, even with the Seraphine on their side. Remember Seraphine... Oh, here goes the flash ult alongside with a beautiful encore, and the wombo combo with the bullet time might be enough to melt Totally Asleep. That's 1, 2, 3 kills up there. The trolls are engaging the rest of Totally Asleep, but this turret will surely fall, and so will the other members from Totally Asleep. Look at how low they all are, and this game might be over very suddenly.
Yeah, it's Intimidate Bots going in brutally hard, demonstrating, I think, why that Seraphine should never be allowed through the ban phase. The desperation from Totally Asleep as they try and hit the backline. They will successfully do so, and this looks like it's going to be their fight. You can see Wolf and Sheep on the backside. While they pick up the kill, that Lux is almost dead.
Yeah, quadra kill going over to the Riven, though that's important. Now there are two things I want to highlight here. Like, let's say first of all the fight was good and gives Intimidated Bots a very good advantage after that one. The second thing is one of the things we didn't really talk about before. What you want to do is when you go for these executes, I would rather say, you go for you're not overstaying, you just go for a fight. You want to stall as long as possible. You sometimes see people who are actually actively trying to still engage on this fight very heavily because they're trying to buy time. Now, with all of these teams having a juicy reset, look at how Intimidated Boss is just going on the offensive again. Riven is already down, the snowballs are coming out, and these are two members dead. Oh, there's another unstoppable force alongside with the bullet time. These are three people gone, counterfeit.
That was a brutal rundown from Intimidate Bots, and I think this puts this first game beyond question. I just think compositionally wise, Intimidate Bots, they're pretty much unstoppable. They're only ahead by 5 kills, but they are ripping through Totally Asleep like they're not even there.
They need to be careful though. I think they're biting off a little bit too much here with going for this, I want to say turret dive. Now they didn't really have a good window. All of the Nexus turrets have been taken down. Totally Sleep can actually just go for sort of full reset here, trying to win the fight once again. But look how much damage they're doing. The Lissandra still looking strong. She might have Troll advantage here. One of them, the Lux is being taken down. The Seraphine still keeping them healthy. The Sustain is actually winning the fight right now. Malphite is already respawned, so the rest from Totally Asleep knows he can actually finish out this fight. Yes, just responded using the wind wall. Riven trying to go in, but it's not enough for Totally Asleep because they are being taken out once again. Please, please give us some view of the Nexus. Please show us what is going on because I see triple kill from the Yasuo, but look at what cost. Totally Asleep has almost lost everything when it comes to health.
Oh my gosh, Totally Asleep are going to try and make us pay for this first game. See if there is anything still left in the tank. Totally Asleep, they can still fight, but we see Intimidate Bots, they're feeling themselves right now. They're ready for the game-ending fight. The Olaf is strong right now, going to pull out a decent amount of damage. The Malphite will be caught and deleted, though. Totally Asleep can finally access that first tower.
Oh, I want to say Totally Asleep, a little bit of a mistake there. First of all, not capturing that health relic when you had the chance, but oh, wow! This is Intimidated Boss is going straight in once again!
But the turnaround play is pretty good from Totally Asleep, and they're ultimately going to win out the play. The Olaf is still up and fighting. The Nexus is laid bare from Totally Asleep. Here comes Lissandra and Olaf. I don't believe there are any towers left to stop them from knocking this one down.
No, this is just game one immediately going over to Intimidated Bots on the back of one really good team fight. Or at least it should. Are they actually not gonna get it? No, they aren't. Okay. Never mind. Let's continue.
Alright. It does mean as well, we've got the double kill through for Yasuo, so the carries of Totally Asleep are definitely starting to come online. Bear in mind, this is only 12 minutes in, so we're looking at, one and a half items for a lot of Totally Asleep right now.
Yeah, 1.5 items, and also Totally Asleep has not taken down a single turret just yet. And because of the 12-minute mark, every time they get an ace, Totally Asleep needs to walk all the way back, and it takes them so long. You can see Intimidated Bots has completely respawned, and they just need one ace once again. Here comes the engage. There's a good knock-up. Immediately, the Morgana is taken out alongside with the rest of the team from Totally Asleep. Now, Totally Asleep, they're not find any more kills. Leona, bam, she's taken out, and only 2 members remaining. It's the Riven. Can she pull it off? Can she do the 1v5? It doesn't matter. Totally Asleep just going immediately for that Nexus, but the inhibitor has respawned as well. Riven trying to, I want to say, stall minions. Don't know how much that actually works on Howling Abyss. You don't really need minions to end here.
Not when there's no Nexus tower, certainly, as there is a brutal bullet time across the bow. Totally Asleep are totally done. Intimidate Bots, they had to fight pretty freaking hard for it, but they will survive and get that first round victory.
Yeah, meaning totally sleep. They are definitely, I don't know if they're going to do the same as their namesake, because Not Asleep is still continuing their win streak. Now, okay, keep in mind, when you take into account the previous tournaments where they won 1, 2, 3, 4 best of fives without dropping a single game, so that's 12 games, not losing one. If you take into account the other 4 and the one other 3 and they just won, they are, oh my god, math, 16. They're on a 16 win streak here in the Trovo Titans. Why didn't I just say 16 win streak? Why did I make it so difficult for myself?
It's a question which we all have to struggle with. For Season 11 Peakers and the B team, we know this will not be easy for either of them, as we've got the Sona working their way back into the Peakers side of things, whereas on the B team, they have no sustain, but they do have a ton of shields.
Yeah, that's a lot of shielding, and they also do have the Trundle and the Amumu, which is interesting. Now, so they're expecting to go up against some bruisers. Now, with the Sona and the Ornn, it's not gonna matter apparently, because the game is nearly done.
I'm not playing with Giraffe.
It's very close to being over. We can see that the numbers are pretty similar here. There actually might be a turnaround here for the Peakers. They've got to desperately try and save the Nexus. Tankerstyle isn't doing a ton of damage here. Gets rooted away from the Nexus. It's going to be a pretty close thing. They go down. The Super Minions are here. But I think the Peakers stay alive.
Sorry, man. Sorry that I didn't shield my teammates for 40.
No, I
Yeah,
am not talking about
go
the
for a
fucking
cold one
chat.
with
I'm
the
talking about
boys,
your fucking attitude.
because you need to be able to
care.
I mean, the inhibitors just respawn, so you have some way of defending. But once again, one more team fight, and the B team will just go straight into your hive and get all of the juicy honey as the... No, that didn't work. You know what? Forget what I just said. I always try to make it so complicated. I make it so complicated sometimes, but it really can't just be simple.
Well, the simple
Oh,
truth
actually,
is the
hold
B
up.
team have lost their misfortune as, oh, nice long-range shot there. The POV from the curtain call means the Peakers might be able to get back a tower of their own. In fact, they've not got any towers so far, whereas the B team, they're all the way to the Nexus.
Yeah, this is very bad for Season 11 Peakers. Now, we haven't seen Season 11 Peakers play. Today, we have seen them play in the previous iteration of Trovo Titans. But right now, apparently, they're not doing as hot, because this is their first game they're playing. But it's also the first game they actually... on their first game, they might actually be losing. Trundle, alongside with the rest of the B team, is doing so well. They're actually trying to win out this team fight. Look at the Frozen Pillar, not enough to close out the distance. But the Imua Bandit Shells might be, alongside with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Karma trying to shield. The Jhin has the speed buff, but not the damage just yet to kill everybody. There is the ultimate from the Janna trying to heal up the rest of the B team, but the B team actually might become the A team, especially with that massive bullet time, alongside with the final spark. Inhibitor goes down, and so does the Nexus for Season 11 Peakers.
Wow, B team delivering this thing right at the end there. It almost looked like the Peakers had it way back in, but they had so much ground to make up with, you know, they had to go through multiple turrets to even get back in. So all credit for them for keeping on fighting, but I think honestly, for the Bees, that was ultimately a comfortable victory.
Yeah, definitely. It's not something they should be looking forward to next. Do keep in mind, maybe this is the other teams, they're warmed up, they're fired up. B team just played the best of 5, just played 3 games. Season 11 Peakers, I mean, to be fair, if their name holds true, and we're nearing the end of the season, it's not looking too well for them in this particular tournament. We are still in Season 11, so they might speak. Now, let's take a look at the bracket to see how the rest of these games actually went.
Alright, so you can see the Intimidate bots with 1-0 against Totally Asleep. And of course, the B team with their victory locked down. Not Asleep, our previous tournament champions, have already got their first win against BP Gang in that lower bracket of death. Whereas Team of 300, we saw them before getting their own 3-0. They've got that first game locked down as well. For the people who are just joining, we are... Sorry.
are just joining. We are into the quarterfinals right now. It is still a best of 5, so you need a 3 at the end there to win. But the semis and the grand final will be played tomorrow. So stick around to see who exactly the 4 teams, that will be advancing to tomorrow. You will see it at the end of this show. Now, a lot of, I want to say, diversity and almost disparity in some of these champion pools we have seen today, and I kind of like that one. It's really good that we see so many different champions being played and not people just sticking with the same meta continuously. There are champions like the Morgana, definitely, who is extraordinarily popular.
I mean, sure. And I mean, we've seen so many champions crop up time and time again. The Malphite, of course, absolutely amazing. The Misfortune, we had some concerns about whether or not she could function outside of a comp that was kind of specifically made to make her work. The Cursor, Sad Bullet time, some sort of big AoE. But we saw in the last game that all they really need is some kind of opportunity, be that from a Malphite ult that knocks up multiple people, just a little bit of space to get the damage done. And I think that Misfortune and Jin are some of my favourite AD carries right now, just in their ability to reach out and deal damage from such a long range.
Yeah, it's a long range, and it's also something when it is intermediate, and that is good because it is interrupted, I would say. What I mean by that is Misfortune, very, very impactful ultimate, but there is loads of counterplay there with that particular ultimate. The same goes for Jin. He has the one bullet, but he needs to recharge, obviously. He needs to reload, and he doesn't run press the attack, at lethal tempo, so he can't just pew 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 continuously. Now, what we can do is, besides showing you some games, is actually showing you another Who's That Champion. Let's take a look at actually what production has in store for us.
Who's that champion?
Oh jeez, that's terrifying looking even from here.
Wow, that's the stuff of nightmares, yeah.
So I have a feeling that this may not be as terrifying as it initially appears by silhouette, because I was thinking kind of fiddlesticks to start with, but I think we might be an entirely different direction.
Yeah, let's say it's certainly sort of a very dear question to me, something where you think certain Disney movies come to mind. I would say Lilia.
Let's see if it's right.
Lilia.
Hey! Can't plus production.
I think that staff was the big giveaway, even while the silhouette initially was much more terrifying than you would have expected Lilia to go for, but hey. So that's another champion that we could potentially be seeing, because I was kind of hoping this would happen. That our Who's That Champion would give us some more ideas as to champions that could see play. Because, Lilia, she's got the ability to roll her C down a lane and then set up anyone that she hits for a big AoE sleep. And of course, when you've got an entire map made of one big lane, that's not too much to ask.
Yeah, definitely. So you're planting the swirl seed there to set up for a massive blossom for the rest of your team. That's insane because, especially when you combine it with something like a Misfortune, she can get into position and or something like a Malphite, you get into position and you just know you've won the team fight already. Now, before we head into explaining more about why Lilia would potentially be very good pick, if I am not mistaken, we have another Who's That Champion lined up for you guys.
Who's that champion?
Okay, I think I've got a pretty good idea who this one is. See, this is, we've got some distinctive horns up at the top.
Yeah.
We've got kind of 1 foot at the bottom. Do we know any one-footed champions?
Yeah, the feet or the foot, that depends on what it is, look kind of weird. And I think because this is very much a older skin, isn't it, production? Yeah, this is a very old skin. And I think he's smelling a rose. I think he's sort of a Matador Alistair. There we go.
I do believe that's correct. There we go. Yes, a little strange on the feet there, but otherwise a pretty neat skin. And Alistair is, of course, a relevant champion. We've seen it banned out a whole lot today.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly, it's kind of like the baby Malphite in that you can put the two abilities together and end up with roughly the same effect.
The thing is, it is a baby Malphite in the sense of when it comes to pure engage, but on top of that, he brings afterwards, he brings a little bit more utility to the fight. Because of the Unbreakable, he's also extraordinarily tanky, but his W and his Q come back from cooldown faster than obviously Malphite's ultimate does, meaning that if the fight continues to drag on, you potentially have yet another combo, and because there already has been an engage, so you're midway through the fight, there's way more discourse, so you will have a better opportunity to use that that QW combo.
Yeah, the Pebble Pulverize, very impressive. Well, there we go. We've got an updated stat. Nice job, production. So 180 million active monthly users across all of the Runeterra-based games. Of course, we're looking out for that League of Legends MMO coming down the pipe a little later down the line. That's not a secret anymore, though we still don't know too much about it as of yet.
It's been very... I think they've also... So I know that they've announced when they had the 10-year anniversary, which is almost 2 years now. Wow, that's actually interesting. That's almost two years
crazy,
ago.
isn't it?
So they announced their MMO, and they also announced their fighting game, which we haven't really seen.
No, we haven't heard anything about that for ages.
I literally have not heard anything with the fighting game. And I think they also want to do an RPG, not an MMO RPG, but also just a regular RPG, which is also something we have had zero information about. So, LEC Wulu, I like the leaks you put down on Twitter, but there are potentially some leaks beside esports, because, I mean, I kind of want to see what the fighting game's about. I kind of want to see what that RPG is about, and I kind of want to know what the rest of the games are that Riot has in stock for us.
Well, I mean, yes, certainly Valorant came out very quickly after being initially announced. And it's worth noting that 180 million figure doesn't include Valorant because it's not Runeterra based, which I think... I do remember when they initially were talking about Valorant, it was a big question mark of why don't you just make this a League of Legends, champions and things, but very different direction there.
Yeah, they went very... almost need to be careful what we say here, but they all went in a more of a futuristic direction. I kind of like that as well. I'm personally not that much into Valorant because it's just I'm not very good at shooters. I never played shooters.
That's why. Okay.
It's literally just that. I really suck at CS:GO. I massively suck at CS:GO. The only shooter I liked and I was semi decent at was Overwatch. That was the only one I was like a little bit proficient at, but that's why I'm not into Valorant, because it looks amazing though. From all the shooters, I have to say it is really well done, and there's very much that MMO, that MOBA element in there. But in the end, you gotta hit your shots, which I don't. I think that's the thing. Don't hit my shots.
For us, who maybe have put a lot... Well, I think we both put a lot of time into League of Legends. It's very tricky to kind of go back to another genre and say, oh gosh, I've got to be terrible at this again if I'm ever going to be good at it. And it's such a big drop from where you were before.
It's also interesting because you can kind of see all of the more RTS players, they went into League or League-esque games, while all of the shooters went into something else. And now, right, they have their cake and eat it at the same time with Valorant. That being said, I think the one thing I also haven't touched is Legends of Runeterra, the card game, which is actually something I don't know why. I absolutely love card games. I think they're really cool. I played so much Hearthstone. I still play a lot of Hearthstone, other sides of Hearthstone as well. But I never played Legends of Runeterra. Maybe something I should try and pick up. I mean, 180 million people can't be wrong, right?
Oh, sure. I mean, I've certainly tried a fair bit myself because I'm in the same sort of situation. I'm, Magic the Gathering, Hearthstone kind of player. It's got a fairly generous free-to-play model as well, so it's not too bad as far as transferring across to some sort of new property is. And that one actually does have a pretty nice observer mode in it as well, so lots of good times there. We will be, of course, updating you guys once we found out about the next game. It looks like we've got a little bit of a delay, so we might be kind of caught between games a little bit. But of course, as soon as we know, we'll let you guys know as well. So I guess looking forward to the end of these quarterfinals, looking forward to the semi-finals themselves again. For our teams, that will mean that the doubling up of their prizes from the €100 they've got for making it through to the quarterfinals to the 200 and then 400 for second place and 900 for first. I do believe we have our next pick and ban ready to go. So let's head across there and see what they've got for us.
Okay, let's first see in what particular team we will be diving into. Now you can see who won their first respective games. 1s and 0s all across the board. It isn't binary just yet. But BP Jang versus Not Asleep. Remember, Not Asleep, 16 win streak so far. And they have actually picked up quite an impressive team composition. Seraphine with Aphelios, Orn, Ziggs, and Tom Kench. This is a team I would not feel comfortable with playing against.
No, and I don't think you're supposed to. I mean, if we're talking about Omega level carries, Aphelios is up there. But BP Gang, they've got an impressive carry of their own in the Jinx. Even if it's not quite as explosive, you've got that extra bit of consistent damage. Of course, the Silas returning from before, we saw this be a very powerful pick. It's got some decent choices in this game as well.
For Not Asleep, the odd one out, so to speak, is the Tom Kench. I think it was picked purely off the fact that it is extremely tanky and it brings annoyance and utility towards Not Asleep's team composition, which is what they need. So they need... They just need an annoying frontliner where BP Gang can't really jump onto that backline, especially when you have an Aphelios, a Ziggs, and a Seraphine. Those three can not only can they dish out a lot of damage, and Seraphine keep the backline healthy. Seraphine can also keep the frontline healthy with these two very tanky members. And BP Gang will struggle with that because they don't really have anything that can jump onto that backline. They have poke, they have a lot of poke, but they need to shred through their frontline first.
Yeah, and I can really only see that for BP Gang, it will be stealing the Forge God out of the Orn that can maybe give them access, but for the most part, right, it feels like for Not Asleep, they get to pick terms, and I do wonder, if Not Asleep just decide not to fight, then they'll be able to scale up and get the full power of the Orn and the Aphelios online.
This potentially, for Not Asleep, might be a very long game. Because they can, stalling out for them is definitely not a bad thing to do. Also, they have so much utility, have so much ways of healing back up. Look at all those brittle stacks already coming down from the Orn. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think, yeah, you can proc the brittle stacks with the satchel charge from the Zig. So that is, that's interesting.
Yeah, well, getting the reduced tenacity is always a huge pain to deal with if the other team has got a way to then apply that crowd control to you. Satchel charge, so we've seen already, it's providing an issue for BP Gang. As much as we said it was going to be hard for them to ever really start a fight on their own terms, we didn't even consider how disruptive it would be to have to get through the satchel charge as well.
BP Gang immediately being shoved way under their turret, and that's something you should expect against the Zig. Zig, something we haven't talked about before, or something that we haven't talked about today. But remember, Zig's, I mean, he has that satchel charge. He is known for taking down structures, and with so few structures in Howling Abyss, you want to keep your turrets protected as if it's a newborn baby.
Yeah, well, the pressure is being put on the BP, as you said. They haven't been able to find a way to respond to all this poke. Shields will take you so far. They'll deny the first attack, but they can't deny everything. That's where the difference comes with the sustain. Attempted knock-up comes through. Of course, the Silas is still pretty strong. We're waiting for that level 6, though. If the Silas can get level 6 early, maybe they can turn this ship around.
Might be able to. Not a lot of damage being put out on the turret from BP Gang just yet, but they are definitely being forced away from a safe zone that they might have created otherwise. Now, along with the 3 health relics for Not Asleep, I think they've already taken 2. They can actually keep this aggression on for quite a while, especially when you have that Seraphine who can just keep, who just has sustain for your entire team.
See, there's good poke from range. Of course, we're keeping our eye out for that Aphelios' damage later on. So far, the Ornn and the Tamkench doing a good job of shrugging off a lot of the damage. As the turnaround will be there. There's a stun coming through. Not asleep. They're hungry for that first kill. I think it's going to be an even trade so far, but the Karma will not escape.
Woody getting one more kill as well. Yeah, you saw the Xylus doing a load of work there. Not asleep, not being able to finish him off effectively. But I think Not Asleep knows that they can push this out very quick. Look at how low the rest of the members from BP Gang are. And they just gotten another health relic. Oh, and with the tongue. That means BP Gang finds themselves very much on the downside here.
At least with this being the ARAM mode, with the exception of the Ornn, Not Asleep won't be able to spend that money as of yet. But that was a nice pickup there for the Jinx, which means that she can get some money when she inevitably can get some new items in when she inevitably falls down soon.
Almost had a straggler with the pickup on the Aphelios. Did force him to use their cleanse. Now looking forward at BP Gang, what are they exactly going to do? BP Gang will have difficulty engaging with their team comp. So luckily you have the Silas who did just hijack the call of the Forge God, but I mean, if they don't win this fight, it's not good news for them.
Of course, we've got to watch out for that chain crowd control consumed by the Tamkench and spat out. Not asleep. They've got a chance to make a good push in here. Several members of the BP Gang already pretty freaking low. Of course, with the shields coming in from the Seraphine, that gives them a moment of opportunity for Not Asleep to go in and make the push. The Syndra ult will at least claim one. But this Aphelios is starting to tick up on Not Asleep's side. Become a major damage threat.
Oh, once again, Silas trying to go in with the Abducted Skull, but taking so much damage at the back of that trade. And 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Here comes the rocket. Gets the Tamkench. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. That's all it takes for Not Asleep with his Ziggs to take down the first turret. Will it take them longer to take down the second one?
We can see one of the weaknesses of the Aphelios pick there is being run down, and that's exactly what BP Gang are doing right now. They managed to get the shutdown. That's more kills onto the Jinx. We know what a Fed Jinx can do.
BP Gang, they have a small window here to try and push this down, but with the Seraphine, they have some wave clear. Now you can see they're trying to take this as much health from this turret as they can, but they are putting themselves in a very vicarious spot here, and they've taken a lot of damage on the back of that. Luckily, another health relic has respawned for BP Gang, but Not Asleep know that slow and steady can win the race, and they can just go aggressively. So once again, Not Asleep. We talked about having your cake and eating it. Not Asleep just has the entire bakery and he's selling it at the same time.
I mean, as we know that they're incredibly comfortable to play at the long game here. I'm honestly going to be pretty shocked if we get to the point where the Ornn's extra items really come into play as BP Gang. They've managed to find their play. The Aphelios getting charmed up, but immediately getting cleared. The Silas in a big world of trouble, consumed again. Spat out, but this time is not dead. Just kidding. They were a dead man walking.
Also might be a dead man standing is this particular turret. Now no minis available. BP Gang has been able to wave clear, but it cost them 3 members of their team. And can they wave clear the next one? Along with Demolish and Ziggs damage on turrets. If he stays alive, that is, because look at that super mega death rocket. If he stays alive, this turret will be taken down quite fast. Oh, it's another kill on the Aphelios, and the duct absconds do not connect. So BP Gang, they are forced back so much, and even though they have damage in their comp, they have poke in their comp, there's nothing they can do to stop Not Asleep.
They're just being pecked to death. And if they step forward without a major engage, then there's no distance to be able to be acquired. Keep your eye out on Not Asleep's Aphelios. Look for that red-white combo for maximum dueling power. In comes BP Gang trying to make the play once again, but they've got so much damage taken already. They can't close the distance, and this tower is getting taken down piece by piece.
Yeah, no satchel charge being used on it so far, which is quite interesting. I don't know what the reasoning behind that is. There we go. Probably not available, probably still on cooldown. Now the inhibitor is open and ready for the taking. Let's take a look. We are actually 8 minutes into the game and not asleep. They just continue their win streak, or it's looking to go that way at least.
There's the combo crowd control and the deletion. Jinx is going to get excited and have the chance to make something of this fight. But immediately they're going to get the damage right to the face. BP Gang is so far behind, but the Tam Kench taken out by the Jinx as well. This could be the time to go off here. We got to see this. It's a triple kill at least, maybe even a quadra.
Yeah, now BP Gang can actually turn this around. So they haven't lost their inhibitor, which is good. They did lose 2 turrets. Now they have the window to take some of these turrets down as well. They can heal up with these health relics, which is maybe a mistake Not Sleep made. But Not Sleep wanted to keep the pressure on so high that they sacrificed their own sustain for it. Now if BP Gang can actually, with that in mind, if they can push on and do the same thing Not Sleep was doing for the next couple of minutes, then they definitely have a shot of clawing their way back.
Clawing is the right word for it, Not Asleep. They have put out so much damage, so much hurt. They're going to engage. The Forge God is going to be blocked by the Braum shield, but it still won't keep Not Asleep from the door. That Aphelios grabs the double, just as deadly as the Jinx.
And with the Abyssal Passage, it means that Tom Catch is actually able to catch up at some of these Stranglers. Now, this inhibitor from BP Gang will be taken down. Dead timer-wise, it means that BP Gang will have a 5v5 pretty quickly, but can actually win the 5v5. They have these two Nexus turrets remaining. Remember, Not Asleep still has a Ziggs. It doesn't take a lot. It doesn't take much for a Ziggs to just blow up a turret.
Yeah, that's why it's so great for Not Asleep here to keep pecking away at the towers as they get that one deletion in there. The Silas is now gone. The health bars aren't looking amazing for Not Asleep, but if they get another kill here, they should be able to brute force this one through. The Braum absorbing and ignite. BP Gang, I think they hold on to both towers. Silas respawning in, Not Asleep. They're still up for the fight. The Tam Kench going under the Nexus towers. While, of course, Aphelios keeps chipping that damage in. Silas trying to force out the response. Has to get away sharpish. We've got one Nexus tower almost down. And barely any health left for BP Gang.
No, BP Gang, they know these turrets are falling. It's not going to take long for them. The final one is being taken out. There goes the Encore, just not connecting. But with the rest of BP Gang just falling, this is Not Asleep continuing their undefeated win streak in the Trovo Titans. Not only today, but in the previous tournament as well. And that brings them at a comfortable 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a word for Not Asleep, it's methodical. They just absolutely took BP Gang to pieces, gave them so few opportunities to come back in. They don't seem to have lost a step between tournaments, and of course, as our returning champions, they remain the favourites.
And BP Gang, Not Asleep, they just play, you can see it here as well, they just play a little bit cleaner and faster than the other teams. You can also see it in the way that they close out their games faster. They know what their game plan is, they know what they want to do, and they know how they're going to do it. Now, back away from Not Asleep and back to totally asleep against the intermediate bots. How exactly is this second game going?
So we can see the Totally Asleep, they've got the Yasuo comp put together here with, let's see, so multiple members able to set up for the ult, and the Leona as a tanky frontline. But as for Intimidate bots, they've got themselves a solid frontline and some good damage from range.
Yeah, the Senna is something we didn't see before. Now, the Senna is is a champion that kind of can get out of hand on Howling Abyss as well. A little bit surprised we haven't seen more Sennas, maybe because it takes too much time. But remember, Senna, not only does she deal a lot of damage, she's able to heal up your entire team as well. You have that sustain, you have that shielding, and it's once again, I don't want to say jack of all trades, but definitely a double-edged blade in a good way for intimidated bots.
Alright, so back into the mix. Intimidate bots already with their first game locked down. Totally asleep though, looking a little bit more confident. We've got an even amount of kills on both sides, or close enough. So, totally asleep. Maybe they've got a chance of drawing the series back even.
And maybe they do actually now. Looking at the mini-map there, Totally Sleep has almost lost their Tier 2 turret as well. And it feels that they just came back from winning a team fight. Now, Intimidated Bots went for the Olaf again, and the Trundle we saw a couple of times today already. Just a strong bruiser. Very good at fighting the enemy front line, and especially that pillar in Howling Abyss is a devastating tool. Oh, look at how much the Nami got chunked out.
Oh boy, that is terrifying stuff. You can see, or you can hear, how Totally Asleep almost thought they lost the kill through there, and if they had, it might happen over again. This should cost them the tower as well. It's almost gone. The tidal wave is too late to make a difference. In fact, Nami might end up getting run down here as well. Intimidate Bots, just like we saw before in our previous game. There's no time wasted here, and they at least get the inhibitor.
Yeah, and you're losing a team fight at a spot where, let's take a look at the game time. It is 8 minutes in. This inhibitor is going down, and looking at the dead timers, they might save they might save their Nexus turrets, but they need to re-engage. And what do you get when you win that fight? Well, you get gold, but you just give Intimidated Bots a better reset, especially when the Senna takes up one more kill from the Zyra.
So triple kill for Yasuo means that if you're setting up a comp around the Yasuo, at least it's going to be much more worthwhile. Of course, Giga Player will have to die to benefit from that little financial windfall. At least they'll be able to make some progress up. Maybe it's a bit of an arse to open up the inhibitor at this point, because there's being delayed so much by the super minions of Intimidate Boss.
Yeah, definitely the case. Now, Intimidated Bots knew that with this reset, they had this execute, they had time enough to actually catch the wave and make sure that Totally Sleep is not able to catch the enemy, the rest of the team. Now, good engager from Totally Sleep. But look at what's happening. The Intimidated Bots, they are definitely fighting back. Diana already being taken on. The ultimate from Zyra is no longer available. Giga Player gets one kill, but how much can he get from that? That's a second kill for Totally Asleep, and Intimidated Bots a little bit flustered here. The Wind Wall is not stopping those auto attacks, and with the Senna, you now have sustaining your build, and you sustain in your draft composition as well. The Cinder trying to look for a good scatter the weak. Doesn't find the stun, but does find the damage when the Intimidated Bots are stepping up.
Without the Yasuo there, the power of Totally Asleep is distinctly diminished. I think it's a mistake here for Asleep to continue to fight, because Senna, as you said, this is the first time we're seeing her being played, is still a pretty solid carry by herself. You can see how much damage she's doing over time. We do have the last breath coming in from the Yasuo. Respawn, getting the shutdown, and I think it's going to try and salvage the whole team fight by themselves.
Yeah, and the wave is also slowly but surely building up. Yasuo is trying to stall as long as possible, which is good, because look at the death timers for Totally Asleep. They're not that long. But remember that Intimidated Bots can actually push this wave, this big wave, into Totally Asleep. Now, when the advantage they had was it is only 10 minutes into the game, meaning it will take some time for Intimidated Bots, when they get a kill, to actually advance onto the enemy next turrets.
So yes, I mean, Totally Asleep, they've still got to get down the inhibitor tower, they've still got to get down the inhibitor itself. We get a chance to glance in here and see the Intimidate Bots, nearly all of their kills are on the Syndra.
That means that they just have so much blow-up potential. You saw it already. Syndra with the skews, I think at a certain point, the person we're spectating, M. Nightshade, she said, that's not even her ultimate. Like this, that's not even Syndra's ultimate, but it just two-hits you.
So we've got the Olaf, unable to be CC, charging through the fight, incredibly hard to put down. Does try and escape out the backside, trading places with the trundle. There's the Syndra coming in, gets the double kill. Totally asleep, cannot stand against the power of the Syndra. The chase down is real, and I think Totally Asleep's dreams of an equalizer could be over just after that fight.
Intimidated bots, I don't... sorry, in Totally Sleep, I don't see them crawling back from this one. 5 seconds on the rest of the team. And Yasuo has respawned now. Intimidated bots, they have the attention with the minions. Oh, the Leona also has been taken down. And can the bots finish it here?
Yes, we're going to try and save things. They are absolutely terrifying as they chew into Intimidate Spot's squad. It's looking like it's all over. The Syndra is gone as well. That's a full ace at the gates of the Nexus. But Totally Asleep, they are still up and fighting, no matter everything that's happened up to this point.
But look at the death timers once again. Intimidated bots, Trundle, Olaf, and Karma are basically up now, meaning that they will be able to stall it already. And obviously the rest of the team will catch up as well. So Intimidated bots, they're in the best spot of their life. They just need to do it again. Like, slow and steady, get another chunk, another turret down, and then maybe even chunk the Nexus down of the end of the next fight. If they win. Now, obviously, if they win... But looking at the Olaf just bought I think both of these bruisers have bought their elixir of iron, meaning that they just want to say, this is the last fight, guys. We might as well buy an elixir.
Yeah, that means they're going to be even more tough to deal with. There's only a limited amount of crowd control for Totally Asleep. Of course, we've got the Zyro, we've got the Nami as well, but once those are gone, you're so reliant on the other damage. There's the catch and deletion onto Diana. No! She's still alive! She's going to the back line, but not for long. The fight has been split up into two. The Yasuo needs to stay alive. That is the teeth of the Totally Asleep squad. Bubble is going to miss there. There's only one Nexus tower left standing. Intimidate bots are coming in at speed, and Totally Asleep are gone. No miracles. Totally Asleep now with Intimidate. Ending out this game will be one game from total elimination.
It also means that Intimidated Bots is one game removed from heading into their semi-final, which I want to remind the audience once again, it will not be streamed today because we have an entire day of entertainment for you guys tomorrow as well. But Totally Asleep, they're not out of the race yet. Remember, we did see before today that there are scenarios, it is plausible that you just come back and do a reverse sweep.
We see there, Giga Player, 14 kills. Unfortunately, just a few more kills on the other side for the Intimidate bots. So, certainly can't say anything too bad about the Yasuo comp setup. But as we wait for our next game to begin, we have to start to wonder, how narrow we're going to start to see these team comps coming together, how pointed they will be for our teams as they go through more and more of these Howling Abyss games.
And this is actually the first time we saw a Syndra doing very well into a particular team comp. We have seen Syndra multitude of times, but never really on the winning side. Now, I don't know why that is. I think it's just by chance. But Syndra here does well. If Syndra gets going, she just chunks out some of these squishies. And just like a regular Syndra, I mean a Syndra in Summoner's Rift, if she gets fed, one good scattered a week just gets you a kill, and a good kill from a Syndra just snowballs you even further, and you accelerate the game into a place where the enemy team is just not able to cooperate with, to just come back from.
Alright guys, let's go take a look at bracket and see how we are doing for our quarter-final games. As you can see, we have a lot of teams punching their way through. In fact, we've got 2 and 0s in every one of our quarterfinals so far. Looks like we've got no more 5-game heroes. There's only one more game's chance to even see that happen.
Yeah, it means we actually might be done really quick with these quarterfinals. Because all of these teams, they have also finished out pretty quickly. Now, Juice Drinkers, no luck against Team 300, or the Spartans, I like to call them. Not Asleep, still continuing their win streak. And the Season 11 Peakers, their warm-up game might be their cooldown game as well, because the B team, once again, going with the A team. and going into 2 at intimidated bots. Well, you just saw what happened there. So unless we see a change in perspective, I would say, or let's see a change in there is a pattern here, Counterfeit. That's all I can say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're right. I think we can get a pretty clear idea right now of what our semi-finals are likely to look like. I'd love to see one of these teams manage to turn around this current kind of lost streaks we're seeing from the teams who are on the wrong end of these quarterfinals. But based on what we've seen before, it seems less likely than not. I hope, that for our teams, that if they are losing out the games, they are at least close games, and then maybe for these third and perhaps final games for all these teams in the tournament, that they will pull out something special.
Yeah, remember, some of these teams, especially when you're 2-0 right now, might not risk showing a pocket pick, because the other teams, the other members, are also looking at other parts of the bracket, or at least they should. But it means that if you have a hidden weapon, if you have pocket picks, if you have stuff you want to keep hidden right up until the final, now is not the time to pull it out when you're just 1 win removed from heading into that semi-final.
No, you're right. You've definitely got to keep at least some cards close to your chest, because you never know when you might end up in a situation where you've got to have something hidden. But speaking of hidden things, mysteries, things to be revealed, let's go find out one more time. Who's that champion?
Who's that champion?
Oh, actually, I'm not sure about this one. Is that
someone with a weapon that's kind of heavy?
It's
a kind of pickaxe. It does look very sci-fi.
Oh, hold up. I know who this is. Okay, Sneaky Deaky Production. You think you can use the KDA skin and I think it's a KDA skin. You think you can use a KDA skin and not make me realize this is, I think, a Kali.
Yes,
so, yeah.
Akali.
It's who
Hey! They tried to throw us off with a scythe. I was starting to think, surely it's got to be Kane. That's the only scythe champion I can think of.
Yes. Do you have any other scythe champions? Maybe Hecarim. I think Hecarim also has a scythe. But besides that,
true.
I don't
Fiddlesticks?
think there are other Fiddlesticks. Oh, I know one more champion which you're never gonna get, because he does have a scythe, but he has never used it ever. Cartus.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
Yes, the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, the Grim Reaper. He's never used the scythe for anything. Literally everything he just it's an ornamental piece there. It's just, it's when it's a necklace or it's something that it doesn't really serve any proper function, but it's cool to look at, I guess.
Well, I guess it's one of those things, isn't it? That it's less of an offensive weapon and more of a gardening implement. But we have found our teams growing themselves substantial leads. 2-0 for Intimidate Bots, the B team, Team 300, and Not Asleep. We'll check in with the Asleep B team, at least we make that assumption, for our next on-stream game.
Ich überlege, was ich kaufen soll, Mann.
Team 300 CAC Edition versus the Juice Drinkers now. I want to call them the Spartans. I don't know if that is the way they're going, but I think also they haven't really lost a single battle or lost a single game, which is close to what the Spartans did in the real war with, I want to say, was it Persia? What?
Yes.
I think it was Persia, right?
To be fair, I'm pretty sure Spartans picked fights with everybody.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to look that up. So,
alright, while you do that, let's talk a little bit about the teams we've got here. So we've got the Malphite Engage and of course the Jinx combination, but new to the field, and we're seeing a good amount of different picks here. It's Kiana for the Juice Drinkers, and of course, everyone's favourite Katarina for Team 300.
Yeah, Katarina, a champion we haven't really seen so far. Definitely a clean-up champ, definitely a champion that can absolutely just ruffle stomp all over you. But the question is, like Leonidas would say, if she stomps all over you. Because if it is very much a champion you can just shut down instantly as well, and she suffers with, she doesn't really have any sustain. There is nothing really for her in terms of, besides I can jump around and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I mean, we are in a relatively CC heavy environment here, which of course is the bane of the Katarina. As a nice engage from the Keck Edition managed to grab themselves the first kill. Of course, if we're in a kill-rich environment, that's when the Katarina's really going to come online.
Lass uns die nicht in die Base lassen, die sind ultra low.
Yeah, it is definitely looking good already for Team Keck Edition. They have found that first kill, and they're actually forcing the rest of the Juice Drinkers back now, doing a lot of damage to this turret already. And with the Katarina, remember that Katarina, you don't really want to engage as Katarina. You just want to wait until the rest of your team, like a Jarvan or a Silas, and maybe even a Lux, has done most of the damage, and afterwards, when everybody is low, when everybody is under half HP, that's when you jump in, and that's when you actually go for it. Now, looking at forms of hard CC to stop the Katarina, obviously the Malphite ult and the Kiana ultimate, but besides that, there is not too much. I think you just have the Satchel charge left, which also takes quite some time to, which isn't as direct as the other two.
No, you really want to be able to react quickly before the Katarina ends up doing most of her damage anyway. One thing we haven't talked about yet so far, though, is the Kiana's ultimate, that supreme display of talent. If Keck Edition stick close to the walls on the outside, they could end up all being stunned at the same time.
And it is interesting, because supreme display of talent, when you're playing against a Jarvan, is very much a hit or miss. So you are, as Jarvan, creating terrain that is very useful for that supreme display of talent. At the other side, you are also walling off terrain that is annoying for the supreme display of talent. Meaning by that is, if you ult while you're inside the terrain created by the Cataclysm, everybody inside the Cataclysm will take a lot of damage, but everybody outside is safe. So you're kind of creating a sort of quarantine zone. But if you're in a quarantine zone, well, you're going to catch it.
Yeah, we'll have to keep a very close eye on how this Jarvan interacts with the Kiana then. Because certainly, if you can see that cancelling out the ultimate, that would be huge for Keck Edition. They're going in. Final Spark and True Shot Barrage across the bow. That's a lot of longer range firepower. Mega Inferno Bomb from the Ziggs will be good, but Juice Drinkers get annihilated.
Yeah, trying to get down the 6 as well. Don't get the ace because of it, but they do get a lot of kills on the back of that one. Oh no! Comes the final kill, but Super Mega Death Rocket actually turns it around a little bit. I think you should just be auto-attacking a turret there, Xylus, because if you take that one down at minute 5, you already can shove in the Juice Drinkers further, and it brings you so much closer to that semi-final spot.
Alright, so we're getting some buys coming in. Frostfire Gauntlet for our friend Jarvan here to make those flag and drag combos even harder to escape from, but also a stopwatch as well. This does feel like we're seeing a Jarvan who's preparing themselves to go in really hard on the Juice Drinkers.
Oh, there goes the engage from the Katarina. Left blow. This actually gets a kill and gets out. Beautifully done. Now the flag and drag from the Jarvan alongside with the final spark gets the kill. And this means that the Juice Drinkers are forced back. Once again, they just lost 2 team members. And with their tier 1 being so low already, this is very opportunistic from Team 300.
Sollte wieder haben, ja.
Looking at the Juice Drinkers here, what are they going to do? Can they actually defend? And it does seem that they have held out for long enough for the rest of the team to join them once again. The numbers advantage Team 300 had is no longer there. And that's mainly because of the Ziggs. As you can see here, the Ziggs poke is not only good for poking, or, you know, almost getting these kills, but also definitely for clearing these waves. And the fact that you have just a minefield instantly clear waves, you throw a couple of Qs in there for good measure, meaning that Team 300 really needs to win a team fight and really needs to get the Ziggs out and done and dusted if they want to push in.
Ich hab Stopwatch, also ich könnte halt rein EQen mit Dings.
Okay, so Team 300, they are actually still waiting for an engage. One of the disadvantages they have is their main engage, the Jarvan, is quite low, so that is a little bit Ooh, did have the stoppage though. There's a Supreme Display of Talent. Don't know if it was the hijacked one. Yes, it definitely was, because this is a regular one. There's the Unstoppable Force going in. Silas still surviving with Kingslayer. Did get exhausted down. Katarina also being taken out. It's a 3v2, but some of these health bars are very much in favor of Team 300. The Ziggs is still alive. There's the Kiana jumping in, gets the kill on Silas, immediately goes invisible, meaning she is able to leave there. And Team 300 not being able to win this particular team fight. Now, they haven't really lost all that much. This is something they can repeat 4, maybe 2 or 3 times more. But after that, they are going to feel it sting even more. Especially if the juice drinkers want to execute so heavily here. It kind of means that the juice drinkers say, we're giving up this tier 1 turret. And I don't agree with what the juice drinkers just did. You shouldn't have gone for such a heavy execute. I get that you want to cash in the gold, but look at what just happened. You lost this turret, and because the death timers have increased, I think Team 300 can actually chunk down this turret at least to half HP. They might actually be able to take it down completely, and that's exactly what happened. Ooh! With a good satchel charge on the back of that. Katarina just needs to get the hell out of dodge. Now the juice drinkers, their option here is to either play it slow or what they're trying to do, go very aggressive. Now this Jarvan is so strong. Supreme Display of Talent actually doing so much damage here. Tier 1 turret still alive. There's a hijacked Unstoppable Onslaught from the side. He's getting 2 kills. Immediately the 2 carries are taken down. Jarvan with the flag and drag, trying to jump in. Getting the Olaf low, but not dead just yet. With the Undertow, getting yet another kill. 2 people alive from Juice Drinkers. But the rest of Team 300 has respawned already. That means that they can go for it again. It is a Katarina. It is that clean-up champion we talked about. And yeah, well, there's a cleanup. 2 kills immediately, gets a double kill. And it only means you're feeding more gold, pushing more gold to a champion that can decimate, that can ruffle stomp over your entire team. Oh, Team 300 once again have that Katarina going in. It is amazing, getting yet another kill. The Olaf is able to just take everybody out once again. And this does not look well for the juice drinkers. They can feel the chances of the semifinals slipping through their hands. It's been a rough battle for them, but Team 300 is now knocking against that inhibitor.
Der ist schon am gucken auf jeden Fall.
Oh, the inhibitors are almost being taken down. Super Mega Inferno Bomb being used to clear the wave, but means you don't have it in a team fight available. That's the Death Lotus getting 1 kill. Jinx immediately taken low. Supreme Display of Talent connects, but solely on the Silas. Meaning you still don't have an 80 carry. Oh, the Jarvan a little bit too deep. Will be taken down as well. And this Kiana is very similar to what, very similar for the Juice Drinkers to what the Katarina is for Team 300. Playstyle-wise, it is actually all not exactly the same, but almost the same. Ultimate impactful just cleans everybody up. Mobile, but with less dashes, but more invisibility, meaning the end result is actually the same. Oh, the final spark taken on Kiana. That is not good news for the juice drinkers. They are reading on to the evening news, and they just saw that one of their prime candidates has been dropped out of the race. Now, can they finish it with only 4 members? These super minions are taking quite a beating from the Ziggs bombs. Remember, as I said, the Ziggs, definitely a champion where the wave clear comes in handy. Katarina still looking for potential pickup. This Jinx needs to be careful. She cannot walk in too close. And there's the Cataclysm. Supreme Display of Talent was hijacked. Silas jumping in. Final Spark being used. That's 2 kills for Team 300. The Juice Drinkers do get a revenge kill on the Jarvan. He's already used his utilization in this team fight. And it's up to the carries. It's up to the damage dealers from Team 300 to finish this out. The Supreme Display of Talent being used on the Katarina. She survives though. The Undertow misses. There's the Katarina. Still has the Death Load available. The Olaf being guided around by side is Ezreal. We didn't talk about the Ezreal, but the Ezreal making himself noticeable. Undertow not connecting,
Nice one,
and
he's
now
on the
it's the
bottom
rest
as well.
of Team 300 who's trying to pick up the stragglers.
Cannot.
Exodus, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, good. I've had to do some engineering behind the scenes. Yeah, wow, what a game we've had so far. It's been spectacular, but unfortunately it seems like Team 300 is just too damn strong. G-String has pushed all the way back to their base. I think with the death timers as they are, and then Ezreal will be able to poke for the damage. And the rocket going wide, the G-Stringers are really backed into a corner.
Rocket going wide, but I think the Malphite ultimate was used to get Katarina down. But do you want to risk it? Look at the Silas now. He has free range, knowing he has nothing to fear. Still has the hijacked ultimate from the Malphite. And if you are somebody like a Ziggs, you need to be careful for that. Juice Drinkers, these two Nexus turrets, it's all is standing between that and elimination.
They are doing a pretty good job right now of at least clearing away the minion waves and making sure Keck can't close out the game. But we've got a couple of respawns coming in, which is always a little bit dicey when you know that those respawns come with new items as well.
Yeah, new items, and for some of these champions who scale a lot better than others, like Olaf, I mean, he scales well because he scales okay. He didn't scale as bad as before. Never mind that, because immediately this might have been the deciding team fight.
Exactly as you called it out before, you've got to look for those cataclysms. The Juice Drinkers, they have been shaken, stirred, and rendered unto nothing. Team 300, an absolutely fantastic team fight is all it's going to take. They're on to the next stars now. The surrender vote is coming out. I think it's just a formality.
Yeah, I can only say one thing. Juice Drinkers, you're out! It should be done and dusted here, even though a simple force is still being used. Nexus is so low, but can they actually finish it? Look at the Jarvan trying to desperately get these auto attacks off, but it is enough. And Team 300 is the first team we at least know has qualified for the semifinals tomorrow.
It's a shame that Kiana didn't ultimately live up to our hopes for the pick, but I'm glad that even at this point in the competition, at the very end of this first day, we're still seeing some picks we haven't seen before. So Keck Edition will be going through, likely opponent being not asleep, up against BP Gang right now.
Yeah, also both of these teams still undefeated, and looking at Season 11 Peakers versus the B team was also still undefeated. I'm really curious if Season 11 Peakers, if they have a better run than they had the last couple of hours, because you had that free buy-in, but you need to back it up with some other words as well. Sorry, with some other actions as well, I should rather say.
Well, that's the thing, you know, we've got the whole trade-off here as... Oh my gosh, this is not looking great for a long game. We've got Super Minions coming in, we've got the Ornn at level 14, so it does not look like things are looking great. We've got Gloomy Knight going underneath the Nexus towers. That's how freaking confident they are as a squad, that they can ignore all defenses that can be thrown up here by the blue team.
I am so sorry for every team. Actually, this might not be over. The Aphelios trying to... Oh, with the exact blue and red weapons. Oh my god, getting a kill. I'm so sorry, because every time we hot swap into a game, it looks so bad for the team I was already losing. I don't know if it's the Trovo curse. I don't know what you want to call it, but every time I jump into it, we just know, ooh, this might not look too well. But at least we know we have two of our semi-finalists already.
Oh boy, I mean, that was pretty brutal what we caught at the end there. I mean, we're starting to detect the patterns amongst the teams. You know, having that big tanky presence is usually going to be pretty good. Having a hyper carry is normally pretty good as well. I think we're maybe seeing some of those poke compositions dropping off as the day goes on, just because it feels like there are much more distinct counters, as in just run over the composition, than there are to the more well-rounded comps.
Yeah, I mean, and also, I mean, after 5 hours, are you banking on hitting those skill shots continuously? Maybe you're thinking, you know what? We'll just pick the Yoga Booga champs, and they might do better. It means that we only have two, at least as far as we're aware of, only two other matchups remaining, and both of them are 2-0s as well. So we'll be once again hot swapping into a game. I mean, you can hear it in my voice, like. I fear for the team we're dropping. I fear for the Peakers just lost, so I fear for BG Gang and Intimidated Bots if we jump through the game. Oh, it's the Peakers. Oh, let's see how this one went. Oh no, it
Okay,
isn't.
so alright, we'll be updated in a second, but I believe this will be the correct team compositions. So we've got Master Yi turning up for the first time, and Kane as well. There we go. Not going to be fooled by any more size today.
No more size, but let's see what's happening here. Okay, take me some time to process all of this information.
We cut the Jinx, and that Jinx is getting kills. Right now, Intimidate Bots, they're up 2-0, and they've got a hyper carry who's starting to hyper carry.
Yeah, Master Yi, one of those champions where if you don't FTC, especially in a Howling Abyss, just as bad as a Katarina. Can just literally run over you, and especially on... They have 3 hyper carries, by the way. They have the Jinx, they have the Master Yi, but it's not looking well for them. Oh, there is one. The reset's coming in. There's the Alpha Strike. Was he an Alpha? Definitely not, but he still got killed.
Yes, that's the frustration. You have that huge sort of moments of difference. If you can get the Alpha Strike timing right, you can basically effectively give yourself invincibility frames. Intimidate Bots, though, I think, as you said, when we're going into these series, because everyone's playing simultaneously, and everyone's winning or losing in roughly the same amount of time with each other, totally asleep, they are desperate right now, and for good reason.
Yeah, totally asleep. Needs a little bit more nap time after this one. Good stopwatch there from the Twitch, but the Scatter the Weak alongside with the Trundle on top of that will actually clean it up. Zed trying to get the Syndra down. The Subjugate is being used onto him, but there's the Frozen Pillar. There's the Chomp, but the Chomp wasn't enough to kill him.
This is still fine for the Intimidate Bots, though, because we can see that Wolf and Sheep and Zed as well, they're both nearly dead. If Intimidate Bots can just get wiped here, they can come back and win the game, because they'll have a team fight where 2 of the Totally Asleep members don't do anything.
Oh, what? Did you see the stopwatch? Once again, really well done. Kind of wasting the ultimate from the Master Yi. And one of the reasons why Yi is so good in... Howling Abyss as well. Literally one of the best sustainabilities in the game as well. The Meditate, yes, costs a lot of mana, but in Howling Abyss, mana issues aren't really a thing. Oh, and this is not looking well for Totally Asleep.
Now, the Zed getting nailed out on the outside. The Kane locked in there as well. When you can't go into the middle of the team, you can't go anywhere but down. The Ari going to burn her ult just to try and create some distance on the Intimidate Bot squad, but the super minions are coming, and the end, it seems to be at hand. Intimidate Bots, they've got 2 full health Nexus towers to take down, but they've got Demolished procs to make that much faster.
Oh, there's the Twitch. See if the Spray and Pray can actually do something here. Absolutely not. And this should be the last match. Now, Kane going in. Red King. Snowball is connecting. Gets the kill from that. Twitch actually got a kill on the back of that one. Syndra trying to desperately take out this Zed. But the rest of Totally Sleep is responding. Their fighting chance. It is their one opportunity to have. They have to claw their way back. But with the unleashed power, look how much power is unleashed when the Ari is taken down.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous levels, but Totally Asleep, they are awake for a little while longer. They've got themselves at least back up. While they have no Nexus towers, they can at least hold their heads high that they didn't go down in the first 12 minutes. It does seem like it's only a matter of time as Intimidate Bots are going to try to use the most intimidating dance moves.
Yeah, it is no longer just a 5v5 on the Howling Abyss. It's also a dance-off, and the Master Yi has started his duet. Oh, the Charm immediately onto the Ari. Meditate. taken down, and there is the death mark from the Z. Jumps back, Karma should survive it.
We have got a very aggressively played Zed, but the Trundle is walking through the center of the fight, smashing everyone in their way. There are damage threat you can't ignore, though the Jinx almost dies. Almost is not good enough. Intimidate bots. They have crossed the final hurdle. All they need to do now is go claim their place in the semi-finals. They have officially doubled their take-home money, and they've got a chance to go for even more tomorrow. Or they can try and disrespect Totally Asleep.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of BM here from intimidated bots, showing that they are not to be intimidated. Trundle flashing out as well, and the minions will eventually finish the job. Whoa, this Jinx! You can really see the powerhouse from Jinx. And this, coincidentally, is also our final game. The quarterfinals, all of them went 3-0.
Well, we hoped to see another 5-game series, but I guess the round of 16 spoiled us a little bit. It does mean we've got some freight trains on a collision course with each other tomorrow. If all of these teams are able to put out such dominating performances, then we have no idea how they're going to face up against each other.
No, and that's something we've seen so many times where people just come in with trios and they keep that trio. It's last time it was a team not asleep that just won undefeated, and that might still be the case. We don't know. I don't have a glass orb where I can look into the future. You'll just have to come back tomorrow and see it all happen again, and we still have another evening, an entire evening I should say, of entertainment for you guys. But before that, let's take a look at the bracket and how we went through this day of entertainment.
You can see, of course, we had as you mentioned, the undefeated runs from Intimidate Bots that put them into our left-hand semi-final for the B team. They also went undefeated themselves, as did Not Asleep. For the Keck squad, they made it through undefeated, beating out the Juice Drinkers, who went to 5 games with the Showbots gang on the far right-hand side of the screen. Unfortunately for the Juice Drinkers, they were not able to do the same thing again. So every team, again, in our semi-finals is undefeated. I'm particularly looking forward to the Team 300 versus Not Asleep match, because that has got to be incredibly good.
Yeah, though Team 300 has won 2 convincing best of 5 series, and Not Asleep, I mean, we're expecting a lot from Not Asleep. So that is going to be very much my favorite semi-final to watch. And I think that also means that we have come to the end of this evening, Counterfeit. I want to say what was your favorite part, what was your highlight, but I think when I speak for the both of us, that both of us are completely knackered. And slowly but surely we will... I mean, it's true, right? We were here, we work hard, we did our best here.
Oh, sure, and the teams did as well. I think, honestly, yeah, we've had so many good games that have really all blurred together in one. I think, in particular for me, the round of 16 was so freaking competitive, even with it being 3-0s, that we had the 3-2 as well. That's definitely, the start of the tournament in particular was particularly, worthwhile. I can only hope that our semi-finals and finals tomorrow should be starting at 5 o'clock CET, or 4 o'clock BST if you're in the UK. Will be just as good. But for now, thank you for joining us for the Trovo Titans League of Legends edition. Do remember, of course, that on the 6th of November, the Brawl Stars 3v3 will be starting up, so check that out if you are interested, and we shall see you guys tomorrow.